guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
Paul Pelosi has been released from the hospital. This comes 6 days after being attacked in his home. The 82-year-old was struck at least twice with a hammer after an intruder broke into the couple's San Francisco home on October 28th. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has softened its guidelines for U.S. doctors.
The CDC has released new guidelines on prescribing opioids, giving doctors more power to treat pain. Acting Director of the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, Dr. Christopher Jones, says the decision is meant to empower doctors and patients to decide based on specifics of a case.
I've seen the profound impacts pain can have on someone's life. And I've also seen how that life can be transformed when a patient is able to access safe and effective care. That's why the release of the 2022 guideline is so important. It's intended to help improve communication between clinicians and patients and to support the patient-clinician relationship.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan was shot after a gunman opened fire at a campaign truck he was traveling in during a protest over early voting. A party official confirmed that Khan was wounded in the leg but wasn't seriously hurt in relation to the shooting. A gunman was arrested at the scene. At least 3 people were shot in what Houston police are calling a human smuggling operation. When officers went to investigate, they spotted 2 cars trying to flee the scene. Both vehicles were pulled over and 9 people were detained. Officials stated that they are still working to determine which men were suspects and victims. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Authorities in Eugene, Oregon are urging parents to double check their children's Halloween candy for razor blades. The police stated that they had received 3 reports of small razor blades hidden inside candy their children brought home. All of the reports were from the same general area. Officials stated that there have been no reports of kids being injured or ingesting the razor blades. There's been a shift toward the Republican way.
A new Wall Street Journal poll found that white suburban women voters have shifted their support to Republicans running for Congress by 15 percentage points. That marks a 27-point move away from Democrats since August. The group of white suburban women comprises 20% of the electorate. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
A woman who worked as a professional massage therapist testified that former film producer Harvey Weinstein cornered her in a bathroom of a Beverly Hills hotel after a massage, pushed her against a wall, and groped her chest as he performed a sex act on himself more than 12 years ago. The 70-year-old is charged with sexual battery by restraint involving that woman. Weinstein was indicted on 11 charges involving 5 women. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel client.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yeah, let's just get it fired up here. What do you say we close out a Thursday and set our sights on the weekend? All right, so we got to get through Friday first. Looky there, we got a Friday, 4th day of November in the Eastern Time Zone. And we'll make our way across the country, time zone to time zone respectively. And we'll all join in. We got a full 5 hours coming your way. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Beautiful night in the Ohio Valley. Clear skies, 56 degrees. Not a bad night. I'll take that. Hey, it is November after all. What have I got going on? Not a bad night. Eastern half of the country. Things will be changing through the upcoming day. Looks like we're about to begin unfolding a very active weather pattern. Been talking last week or so about the train of storms that'll be impacting the western reaches of the country, Pacific Northwest. Matter of fact, tonight our next storm system is in the process of coming ashore. We'll break it all down for you. You've got a lot of wind going to be in the mix as we head into the weekend here. High wind watches, high wind warnings all over the Northwest. Nearly the entire state of Montana. Yeah, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, on down to the parts of Wyoming. Winter weather advisories and even some winter storm warnings for the higher elevations out west as well. Also maybe dealing with a bit of wind in parts of the Midwest. Wind advisories in place for much of Illinois, on down through southeastern Missouri, eastern portions of Arkansas, western Kentucky, and Tennessee. Yeah, that's all in association with the storm system that's way out and ahead of the latest coming in to the Pacific Northwest. Going to be looking for a lot of changes. Potentially a severe weather outbreak here on our Friday and on into and through the upcoming weekend. Again, we'll break it all down for you coming up. Well, the game just actually ended on Friday morning in the Eastern Time Zone. Yeah, we're talking World Series game number 5. They just concluded things right after the midnight hour. And Houston holds on to win game number 5. 3-2 was the final score there in Philadelphia. 3-2. Now the Astros lead in the World Series 3-2. Now we have game 6 slated later on this evening. Now that's looks like the 5th. That'll be a travel day today, right? Friday travel day. So Saturday night prime time, 8 o'clock, first pitch. It could be concluded if the Astros can hang on for another victory, or will Philadelphia bounce back and tie things up and take it to a game number 7? All right, makes for a fun anticipation World Series weekend coming up here, right? And I did see Philly down, I guess Thursday night football was also going on, kind of competing with the World Series. I presume the Eagles were playing because Philly Dan is first out of the box. Eagles apparently win again, 8-0, undefeated on the season. The Philadelphia Eagles. He says, have a great weekend, drivers. There you go. Well, you've got a couple of teams you're really rooting for there in Philadelphia. Congratulations to those Eagles. All right, let's take a look at our travelers' weather around the country as we get things off and rolling here on a Friday morning. Yeah, they were predicting maybe some stronger thunderstorms Thursday afternoon. We really haven't seen anything as far as severe weather just yet. Even through the overnight hours, though, during our program, that could change as a push of dry air comes in contact with the moisture in portions of northwest Texas, western Oklahoma, and west central Kansas. Now, because the storms are actually ramping up in the darkness of night, the dangers would be increased for motorists and residents alike in the wide open terrain of the southern high plains. Later today, Friday, many more people will be affected by severe weather compared to overnight tonight. The cities of Dallas, Austin, Houston, Texas will all come into play later today. And as the severe weather threat begins to shift eastward, looks like the greatest concern, according to AccuWeather, for volatile storms could occur along the I-35 corridor from San Antonio to Austin, Dallas, and Oklahoma City later this afternoon and on into the early evening hours. Damaging winds, the main threat. Hail and a few tornadoes as well. There is a zone where there's a heightened risk, real concern about some possible tornadic activity later today. The risk that the worst weather in that corridor may be occurring right during the afternoon and evening rush hours, Friday afternoon. And that risk for severe weather will continue well after the sun goes down. A line of thunderstorms, some severe, are going to be racing eastward across Missouri, Arkansas, eastern Texas, and Louisiana by Friday night. Damaging winds again could impact those locations overnight, ultimately reaching the Mississippi River by about daybreak Saturday. Now, even as changing conditions in the atmosphere may take some of the edge off severe weather during the daytime and evening hours Saturday, this system overall is still going to be packing a punch. Showers bringing winds 40, 50 miles per hour as far to the north as Chicago and Milwaukee Saturday morning. Pockets of flooding rain may occur across parts of the lower plains, the Mississippi Valley, the Great Lakes region. Flash flooding threat will kind of overlap some areas that were hit by high winds and previous thunderstorms. Going to be adding up the rainfall totals several inches, at least 1 to 2 across Missouri, eastern Iowa, southern Wisconsin. Locally, you could see 3 to 4 inches of rain. And where the thunderstorms kind of associated with the cold front overlap with soaking rain from the main part of the storm system over parts of the Midwest, could be talking 7 inches of rain, which would definitely contribute to some flooding issues. Aside from the flooding threat and ponding of water on the highways that could slow your travelers down, much of this rain will be beneficial. If a drenching rain falls on a substantial portion of the Mississippi watershed, as the forecast is predicting, we could be talking some positive results in water levels. Even if it may not be immediately noticeable, we could be looking for a water level rise up to a few feet over the next several weeks. That has the potential to be enough to allow some brief increase in barge traffic on the Mississippi. Of course, the overall long-term weather pattern from now to the end of the year doesn't look like, at least at the moment, it's really favoring a lot of rainfall events in the Mississippi watershed. But on the tail end of this storm, on the cooler side, look out, we could see a brief period of snow from parts of eastern Nebraska, western Iowa, eastern portions of Minnesota, and northwestern Wisconsin. That'd be Friday night into Saturday morning. Now, where indeed it manages to snow hard enough for a few hours, we could see a bit of a slushy accumulation on some of the grassy surfaces there. Shouldn't cause any real problems on the roadways, but yeah, you're going to go from a big warm-up. You've been enjoying temperatures in the 70s. That's going to kind of turn around on the backside of this storm system. Much cooler conditions and maybe a few flakes of snow. There you go. Some of our travelers' weather around the country as we head toward the weekend here. I hadn't really seen or heard anything much about it. Philip brought it up in last night's program. He was talking about what they call a broad low pressure area down in the Caribbean region. Well, I got the breakdown here from AccuWeather this past evening that this could bring a really stormy pattern to much of the East Coast, the southeast coast of the United States, and it could actually become a named tropical system, the next named system of the Atlantic hurricane system. Even if a tropical storm doesn't take shape, we will be talking about rough seas, drenching rain, ongoing concerns for some of our coastal areas. As Philip described, it's a broad area of slowly spinning low pressure known as a gyre. It's going to form in the zone between Bermuda and the northern Caribbean islands and the southeastern U.S. coast over the next several days. In response to the formation of this, winds are going to begin to pick up in the region. Seas and surf will build. Pockets of showers and thunderstorms will develop along the Atlantic coast of the U.S., especially from, say, Florida's Space Coast, northward all the way up to Delaware and New Jersey, the entire eastern seaboard nearly. Breezes are going to increase, helping to push water westward. Now, with an area of high pressure to the north that adds to those easterly winds, some of our beach communities from the mid-Atlantic up into New England may be at risk for some long-duration erosion and coastal flooding problems. The problems along the Atlantic coast next week could actually be made worse because we're going to be talking a full moon, and we know the impacts the astronomical tide levels versus when you have a new moon, things of that nature. Full moon actually occurring on Tuesday, Election Day next week, November the 8th. But stormy seas from the Caribbean to the western Atlantic could affect some of our cruise lines, commercial fishing vessels, as well as global shipping operations. Problems in the southwestern Atlantic waters may go beyond choppy seas in the coming days. They've been outlining this zone as a spot for additional tropical activity. Historical weather information for the month of November, as well as the new forecast data, has forecasters kind of deducing that the zone from the Caribbean to the western Atlantic will remain a source of trouble in terms of tropical activity as we move on into the month of November here. Chances for the development of a storm east of Florida next week are actually increasing right now, and that system could become a tropical or subtropical system. Of course, forecasters will get a better understanding of which areas could be most adversely affected when and if a storm center actually forms. That formation can occur anywhere over approximately 1 million square miles, if you could imagine, stretch anywhere from Bermuda to the Caribbean to Florida, or maybe even in the eastern part of the Gulf of Mexico, they say. There's a slightly greater chance that if it forms in an area from the Bahamas to off the coast of the Carolinas. So that's something we'll be keeping an eye on next week as far as the tropics. Technically, hurricane season doesn't end till the end of November. We could still see another named system. If that does garner a name, Nicole is the next name on the Atlantic hurricane list. Nicole. All right, we'll get to some of our listener friends. Who's checking in out of the box here on a Friday? Lots to cover as we kind of count down the days. Big election coming up next Tuesday, right? You get all the latest from the prognosticators in the political world. Our number, 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, let me say hello to Carl. Carl in Cedarville checks in. Don't get to hear from Carl nearly as much these days, but he did send me an email here a few minutes ago. Said we're not trading tomorrow morning due to the non-farm payroll news at 8:30 a.m. So I thought I'd check in with you via YouTube this morning. Hope the show goes well tonight. So Carl is tuned in at this hour. You know, we got the payroll numbers. Got the update from Breitbart on that. Matter of fact, we'll tell you what they're saying in a few minutes. Let me see. Steve checks in. That's Florida Steve. Stuck in a big backup on I-75 southbound. Yeah, we're talking like a 20-mile backup on the Florida Turnpike going southbound to the Orlando Turnpike. It is shut down. 20-mile backup, though. My, what a mess. So I'm going to give us more info if you get it, and I'll see what I can find out in regards to that there. So, but thanks for the heads up there. 20-mile back, that's going to take a while to get cleared out there. Meanwhile, over to our Facebook and YouTube friends, we already said hello to Philly Dan, who's happy about the Eagles' victory. Heavy D's on board. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody stay safe out there. Keep on trucking. Hello from Salem, Iowa. 66 degrees, a windy night. From Todd this morning. 5-7 on board. Copy the mail. Hello to Richard, Central Florida with 70 degrees. Hello, Steve and all the listeners. Heat wave on board. Good morning from the Sky City Casino in Acoma, New Mexico with 36 degrees. Breezy conditions, a little light snow as we're headed for Southern California. Yeah, kind of proof about it's definitely cooled off out west. Some downright chilly conditions for much of the west. According to some of the models, you could actually see a little bit of snow reaching some of the higher elevations all the way into Southern California with this train of storms coming up over the weekend. Hello to Monty Python. Good morning, Your Honor, he says. Mary Ann's on board. Hello, Steve. Everybody stay safe. Steve, you got plans for the weekend? You know, yeah, my wife was asking me that about an hour ago. What's your plans? I don't really have any plans this weekend. And then she came up with the brilliant idea. She's getting her Thanksgiving grocery list together, and I said, you ain't got no room to put a turkey in the freeze. Hey, that's an idea. Why don't we clean out the fridge and the freezer tomorrow? Me and my big mouth. That's probably what we're going to be doing. Cleaning we'll go through, and you go through the freezer, and you say, all this stuff you've bought. I can't believe you bought this. Look at that. That's been in there for a year and a half, for crying out loud. Why do you buy this stuff if you ain't going to cook it? Anyway, that's probably my Friday plans. Hello to Mr. Q on board. Morning, everybody, from Columbus, Ohio. Stay safe tonight, Mr. Q. Gerald, howdy, Steve, my man. We got 63 degrees out here in Dongla, Illinois. Don't forget, we fall back this weekend. Yes, Saturday night. Clocks, turn your clocks back. I just hope you don't fall back too far and hurt yourself. Thank you, Gerald. Yeah, we do fall back this weekend. And yeah, there were a couple of updates. Believe it or not, they say deer strikes, deer car collisions actually increase when daylight savings time ends. We'll break that down, and it's they always advise, hey, this is the weekend. Check the batteries in your smoke detector, your carbon monoxide detectors. You know, when winter time rolls around, people get to begin firing up those gas furnaces and things like that. Make sure your carbon monoxide detector is up and running because, indeed, it can be a lifesaver, right? More on that coming up. Hello to Pappy with 53 degrees, Harrison, Ohio, T-minus 5 days and counting. Election day. Hammer down, be safe, all of our nocturnal friends out there. Now, let's see. Cass says, is Steve on tonight? Yeah, I'm here. Hello, Cass, live and in Technicolor. Country Bumpkin, check it in from Grand Haven, Michigan. Have a great weekend, all the Overnight Drive family there. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends all checking in on a Friday morning. First, we got to get a news break, as indeed we roll into a Friday of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
It's looking like a slower holiday shopping season this year. The National Retail Federation said holiday sales through December will likely rise between 6 and 8%, which, factoring in inflation, is actually a decline. Last year, consumers shopped early and spent more as companies dealt with empty shelves and shipping delays. Compared to this year, the biggest retailers have lots of extra inventory as customers tighten their budgets. This year's midterm elections may be the most expensive ever. New analysis from the nonpartisan watchdog Open Secrets estimates the 2020 elections are expected to cost more than $16.7 billion. That includes spending in both federal and state races. In financial news, the Dow losing 146 points on Thursday. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Phone lines open. We'll get to the calls ahead here. Jump on in. It's a Friday. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler on board. Good morning, Steve. 68 degrees in Waterloo, Iowa tonight. And a special one-night-only shout-out to the Eagle. How about that? Marianne's on board. Yes, Steve's on tonight. Happy Friday, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Rock Pick checks in. 46. A foggy night in Rochester, New York. I'm at the computer tonight after watching the Phillies, Houston, and the NFL game. Thanks to all the truckers out there. Be safe. Enjoy. Hello from the Michigan Madman. All right. Buckeye Boy checks in from Fort Pierce, Florida with 70 degrees. I'm going to head off to bed. I got to get up early. I'm now picking up and headed back to Atlanta to drop a piece off I had not planned on getting. Then I get to turn around and go to Bluffton, South Carolina to load on Sunday. I unload that Monday, and I'll probably load for, let's see, Minnesota and Indiana. Have a great night and a better weekend, everyone out there. So he's got a busy schedule lined up there. Good morning, Deborah checks in. Morning, Steve. It's a nice 61 degrees here in Indiana. Hope everybody stays safe out there driving tonight, especially my special driver to come home early. So he's not driving now. Okay, happy Friday, everybody. Let's see, my driver got to come home early. I see, so he's home tonight. Everybody else be safe, right? Hello to Robert, 68 in Iowa tonight. Phillies lose again. Houston leads the World Series 3-2. Astros are a game away from finishing off Philly. One more time, Astros, says Judy. There's Bolt checking in. Morning, Steve. It's 45 here at the State Police Barracks in Romney, West Virginia. Be careful out there. The deer, they've been an unusual reoccurrence tonight. Have a safe, wonderful weekend, everybody. She says the deer. Okay, so interesting. I guess they're getting a lot of deer car collision calls. Is that what you've been dealing with this evening? Yeah, that's interesting because motorists are more likely to plow into a deer on U.S. highways after the annual fallback end of daylight saving time, according to a new study. That's because frisky deer in the middle of their mating season, or the rut, are crossing the roads that become shrouded in darkness earlier in the day with the time change. there is a 16% increase in deer vehicle collisions in the week following the shift from DST to standard time, according to the report published earlier this week in the journal Biology. What's more, nearly 1 in 10 of all deer vehicle wrecks occur during the 2-week period around the switch from daylight saving time to standard time. Adopting permanent daylight savings time could save dozens of deaths, thousands of injuries, and more than $1.1 billion in damages every year, just by warding off deer-related car crashes, according to the researchers. Wildlife vehicle collisions are a huge, growing problem, according to the lead author of the study at the University of Washington. There are social costs. People are killed and injured. It's also a conservation problem, as it's one of the largest sources of human-caused mortality of wildlife. An estimated 2.1 million deer vehicle crashes occur in the United States every year. Wow. Killing about 440 people, 59,000 injuries, racking up about $10 billion in damages, say the researchers. Of course, deer vehicle collisions peak in the fall as the mating season increases and their activity level is up by 50%. The shift to standard time also causes an abrupt increase in the amount of driving that occurs after sunset because darkness falls earlier after the time change. We believe that this fall spike really happens due to the overlap of these two factors, the breeding season and the change from daylight savings time back to standard time. We do not see a corresponding shift in deer vehicle collisions in the spring during the other time change, though. We believe that's in part because spring is not the breeding season for deer. They analyzed more than 1 million deer vehicle collisions from 23 states. Data from 1994 right up through last year. Deer-related wrecks are 14 times more frequent during the 2 hours after sunset than the 2 hours before sunset. Most of those crashes occurring in the darkness. Very interesting numbers. So, look out for the deer next week as we will be turning back the clock Saturday night, Sunday morning. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hello to the drug runner. Good morning, Steve and all the overnight listeners. Got 58 degrees. It's a clear night here in Nashville, Tennessee. Great night to be driving. Everybody keep the rubber on the road there. Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Hope you have a good weekend coming up. I did send you a DA of the Week nominee that really makes me wonder about people these days. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Beautiful night here in southeastern Kentucky from IP Daily. Robert says, good morning, Steve. Nighthawk retire. Ronnie checks in, 65 in Brandon, Mississippi. Let's go, Brandon, Mississippi. Hello to Douglas there. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. Currently sitting on the tarmac in Denver, doing a fly road trip to the East Coast for the next 10 days. I might even be driving through your hometown. We've got 28 degrees and some light snow here. Santa Claus out. I hope my rental is a 4-wheel drive because we may be driving through some wintry weather here out west indeed. You very well may. Woody's on board. I did my early voting in Indiana. They did check my ID, address, and checked my signature. Hopefully that keeps every vote up and on the up and up this time. Everybody have a great morning. All right. Hello to Dan. Morning from Just Dan here on a Carnival cruise. Headed back from the Yucatan. All right. Hope you're enjoying that. All right, there you go. The the numbers coming out 8:30 this morning that Carl there in Cedarville mentioned. Yeah, Breitbart says if you want to figure out where monetary policy is headed next, watch the labor market. While lots of attention was focused here on the Federal Reserve and the latest interest increase, saying interest rates are likely to go higher than was earlier projected, even if the size of those hikes does shrink. The head of the world's most important central bank also indicated the Fed's focus is very much on the labor market right now. Powell says, quote, reducing inflation is likely to require a sustained period of below-trend growth and some softening of the labor market conditions. That's the way he opened his remarks there Wednesday. He noted we've had below-trend growth this year. The economy shrank in the first and the second quarters, but at the same time, inflation kept rising. Slowing the overall economy has not brought down inflation. Yeah, what is needed, he says, is a reduction in the demand for workers. It's kind of worth quoting Powell here. Despite the slowdown in growth, the labor market remains extremely tight, with the unemployment rate at a 50-year low. Job vacancies are still very high. Wage growth is elevated. Job gains have been robust, with employment rising by an average of 289,000 jobs per month over August and September. Although job vacancies have moved below the highs and the pace of job gains has slowed from earlier this year, the labor market continues to be out of balance, with demand substantially exceeding the supply of available workers. The labor force participation rate is little changed since the beginning of the year. He pointed out two things when he was explaining why Fed officials now think interest rates will have to go higher than they expected, even in their September meeting. First, and most importantly, the consumer price index is showing that inflation is still elevated. A close second, however, was the strong labor market. At Wednesday's press conference, Neil Irwin of Axios pointed out that Fed tightening has hit the housing and the tech sector hard, but seems to have had little effect on the broader economy. He asked Powell what channels of the economy the Fed expects monetary policy to work through to contain inflation, and if they've changed from previous experience. I guess he said, I don't know what the channels through which policy works have changed that much. I would say a big channel is the labor market, and the labor market is just very, very, very strong. And households, of course, have strong balance sheets. That is a clear indication the Fed is looking at the labor market not just as a source of risk of future inflation, but an indicator of how restrictive policy has become. So long as job growth continues to be robust, vacancies remain very high and unemployment is low, the Fed's probably going to take the view that the policy has become restrictive enough to bring down inflation. So some of the numbers, again, that'll be coming out later this morning, the job market numbers, which it's all boring stuff to me, but that's, according to the experts out there, something we have to watch. Hey, Eagle got a shout-out from Lauren Weiss, a special one-night shout-out, and lo and behold, it's been a while. Eagle's first out of the box. What's going on, Eagle?
Okay, brother. Yeah, I'm glad I'm the first one out tonight. I normally would have been asleep, take a nap, but I was watching the baseball game. Houston, they won tonight, 3-2. I mean, well, the series is 3-2, so maybe they could close it out. I think they play the next game on Saturday. I think. I don't think they're gonna play tomorrow. Saturday. So hopefully Houston can finish them off, win the championship. You know, they don't won before, but I like the coach, Dusty Baker. He ain't never won a championship, so I'd like to see him win. You know, because he's been in baseball for a long time. So hopefully he can get a championship and I definitely don't like Philadelphia. Those are some of the rudest people in the U.S., Steve. That's the reason why I don't go to the East Coast. I don't go no further than Richmond, Virginia, about as far north as I'll go on 95. You go any further north than that, I know you got some callers that listen to your show that lives in some of those areas: Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City, Connecticut. I don't go up that way. Those are some of the rudest people that you'll come in contact with in trucking, driving vehicles, cars, whatever you. Like I say, everybody has an attitude. But like I say, like I always tell people, Steve, if I lived in New York City, I'd probably have a bad attitude too. That's the way I look at it. If there's a hell on earth, it's got to be New York City as far as I'm concerned. If I never step foot in New York City again, it would be too soon. But, let me get started by saying a couple of things, Steve. Man, I remember 2 years ago when I was talking to another guy who used to host when you was on WLW and they had another host on there. I used to talk to that guy. And, we were in complete shock. We were in complete shock, Steve, when we learned the results of the 2020 election. And, when they had determined that Joe Biden had won. But you know something, Steve? As much as I hate to say what I'm going to say tonight, man, because, I've been waiting 2 years for these midterm elections. And that's the reason why I'm glad you got me up first tonight. So hopefully people can chime in on what I'm about to say. As much as I hate to say this, Steve, I don't know if you listened to Joe Biden last night, his so-called speech, but it sounded to me, Steve, like the fix is on. Joe Biden said last night in his speech, he said that the election results might not be available. It might take a week or 4 or 5 days after the election, maybe even longer than that, to determine who the winner is. So, you know what that tells me, Steve, and a whole bunch of other people?
Yeah, it throws up a bit of a red flag. We can't make accusations, anything about a fix or anything like that. But yeah, it raises a red flag. Pennsylvania's, whoever it is, Attorney General earlier this week said that Pennsylvania may not have results for a couple of days. We're probably not going to know Tuesday night when we go to bed who won as far as Fetterman or Oz in that state. And I don't know. It does raise a bit of a red flag in people's minds.
Okay. Well, I know you don't want me to say that. Okay. Well, I won't say that then. But here's another thing that really concerns me about what Joe Biden said, Steve. He said that the people, basically, I guess he was talking to Republicans. He said that they're going to have to accept the results whether they like it or not. That's what he said. That the people you're going to have to accept the results. I thought we lived in the United States, not China or not Russia. That sounds like something that one of those people would say, that you're going to accept the results whether you like it or not. But like I say, last time I thought I was in the U.S. But okay, here's how it goes, Steve. Here's how it goes. It looks like we're going to get burned again. I'm just telling all your listeners right now, as much as I hate to say this, I think that we're going to get burned again. I think the Democrats are going to somehow figure out a way to stay in power. And that's a damn shame. One thing I will say, Steve, that I learned today about this other situation with the other politics, they trying to say, they keep bringing up Donald Trump. I don't understand why they say other people. They keep bringing up Trump's name. Trump didn't have a damn thing to do with what happened to Nancy Pelosi, but yet you turn to CNN and other channels, they said, well, this guy here was a Donald Trump supporter. He was on the internet looking at doing this and doing that. This guy, Donald Trump, knows nothing of this man, Steve, and they're making Donald Trump out to be the reason why this man went to Pelosi's house with a hammer. It seems to me like anytime something bad happens, I guess you're going Donald Trump. It's his fault. It's really a sad situation that we living in America right now, Steve. I never thought I would see this country in this condition. I'm gonna keep my fingers and I'm gonna keep my toes and everything else I got crossed that the Lord will bless us with a fair and a just election next Tuesday. But like I say, you and I both know that it may not happen. But let me say one last thing before I hang up with you right quick, Steve. I don't know who issued this warning. Remember I told you last night about North Korea, and they still continuing to launch missiles. But from what I understood, I don't know who issued this warning to North Korea today from the U.S., but they said that if this man doesn't stop releasing missiles, that he's going to suffer severe consequences. I don't know who said that, but I'm glad somebody said it, and because we can't continue to let this guy do what he's doing, because eventually this guy is going to hit South Korea and kill or injure some people there, and then he might get a war started that he can't back up. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, I thought about you when I saw that headline, as a matter of fact, because you brought that up last evening, Eagle. You said Joe Biden needs to speak out and let Kim Jong-un know. Yeah, it was actually a joint statement, the United States and South Korea, a stern warning to North Korea this past day. Yeah, pretty much letting Kim Jong-un know, saying your regime will end immediately if you use nuclear weapons. Now, that's nuclear weapons. In a statement, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and South Korea's defense minister said that, quote, any nuclear attack against the U.S. or its allies and partners, including the use of non-strategic nuclear weapons, will result in the end of the Kim regime. That after Wednesday, they fired 23 missiles, right about the time the U.S. and South Korea were conducting their joint Air Force exercises in the region. Kim also made some veiled threats about using nuclear weapons in recent days. Of course, last month, North Korea reportedly flew 12 warplanes near the South Korean border. South Korea, in turn, responded with a flight of 30 warplanes. Yeah, the two groups never engaged during that drill, but that's how tight things are, how close things are. But either way, the tone of yesterday's joint statement is pretty much consistent with what U.S. officials offered last week, when the Pentagon and 3 other defense organizations issued a similarly strong warning against North Korea. All I know is tensions are very high there, right? So that's up to speed on that. Now, as far as what's going to take place on Election Day, when the Democrats come out and actually kind of admit that they are concerned about a red wave, and none other than California's Governor Gavin Newsom, this past day warned fellow Democrats the red wave is coming next Tuesday, and that the Democrats are not doing enough to compete with the Republicans on messaging. Now, really, Newsom's pretty much been focused on trolling Ron DeSantis there in Florida and the Texas governor, rather than campaigning at home. But he issued a warning in his interview on CBS News. He was asked whether the election feels like a red wave is coming, to which he said, quote, yeah, of course it does. And again, I'm not paid to say that. I'm paid to say something you couldn't understand. He said, yeah, I get it. Look, I mean, I could be the cheerleader, but I'm also a pragmatist. You feel it's coming, he said. He said Democrats are getting crushed on narrative. Now, he didn't suggest any problems with Democrat Party policies on the economy or crime or the border, which are all the biggest issues for the voters. But he did tell CBS that he had no interest in running for the president of the United States. She asked whether he could say that he would never run, to which he responded, yeah. Now, he did add that the likelihood of fellow Californian Representative Kevin McCarthy taking the position of Speaker of the House in the event that Republicans win the House fills him with fear, as he put it. Now, he's going to be campaigning for embattled Democrats in some of the closely contested congressional districts there in California over the weekend, in the days leading up to the election. The vast majority of California voters actually submit their ballots by mail, and they've been doing so for weeks already in that state. But even Gavin Newsom says he senses there's a red wave coming Tuesday of next week. All right, we roll toward news break here as we close out hour number one. We'll get back to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. Good morning to Greg. Hello to the overnight crew. On my way to the Windy City tonight. That should have you thrilled, right? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer announced that 99% of the Benton Harbor's water service lines have been inspected and replaced with new copper lines if lead or galvanized pipe was found, promising an end to the city's water crisis. Residents were forced to use bottled water for drinking, cooking, and brushing teeth because of lead contamination in the tap water. Tesla battery contractor is breaking some ground. Lance Pry has the latest.
Tesla battery cell supplier Panasonic broke ground on a new lithium-ion battery manufacturing plant in DeSoto, Kansas. That's a suburb of Kansas City. The facility is set to focus on the manufacture of lithium-ion cylindrical cells. Panasonic is planning to mass-produce the battery cells by March of 2025. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Food and Drug Administration has released a safety bulletin urging parents and caregivers not to use head-shaping pillows intended to change the infant's head shape or symmetry.
As anti-government protests continue in Iran, the Iranian government has used security forces to stop the protests and killed over 270 people so far, while arresting more than 14,000. Pennsylvania Republican Congressman Scott Perry shares his thoughts on the current anti-government protests in Iran and how the United States should respond on Fox Business.
Ought to be speaking loudly in support of those people on the street who literally have put their lives in their hands. This is an opportunity to make a difference diplomatically and rhetorically by the United States. Of course, we're not going to be threatened by Iran.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
New York City marathon runners are in for a shock as the forecast for the Sunday race shows unreasonably hot and humid conditions, with parts of New York City potentially reaching up to the mid-70s. An email that was sent out to runners stated that fluid stations are located throughout the course, reminding runners to stay hydrated. We're less than 5 days away from Election Day, and if you need to stand in line, many workplaces offer that time off.
Election Day is Tuesday, and while millions of Americans have already cast early or mail-in ballots, millions will line up to vote that day. Voting before or after work or on a lunch break can be stressful, and that's one reason 24 states and Washington, D.C. offer paid time off for voting. In many places, employers require workers to give advance notice if they want to take time off to vote, so checking ahead of time is a good idea. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Thousands of Orange County, California bus riders found themselves without service, with the union representing Orange County Transportation Authority maintenance workers striking over what it calls stalled labor negotiations. The city of Santa Ana released a statement advising bus riders to prepare for service disruptions until at least Sunday. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. If you just joined us, and working our way into a Friday here. TGIF. What's on your agenda this weekend? Going to take a look at some of the big college football matchups. The big game, I guess. The big one. Going to be that Georgia versus Tennessee game, number 1 versus number 2 in the rankings headed into the weekend. There can only be one winner. Somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose, right? Now then, of course, Yeah, we could very well wrap up the World Series. It may happen Saturday. If it doesn't happen Saturday, it'll happen Sunday. Who's it going to be? Phillies lost this past evening, so the Astros are up 3-2 in the series. They'll play again Saturday night, and then if needed, Sunday. And Dan posted here a few minutes ago, I guess Thursday Night Football, Eagles remain undefeated on the season now, 8-0. They win 29-17, final score there. Okay, thanks for the updates. Meanwhile, Gilligan checking in. What do you got? Morning, Steve, and all the listeners driving in the moonlight here at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia, 54 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. Greg says, go Tennessee. Yeah, I've got to tune in for that one. That should be a good game, right? Meanwhile, out west, speaking of which, we'll get to heat wave coming up here. He's out there in New Mexico. It's a chilly night. And multiple moisture-laden storms and waves of cold air are set to unleash a barrage of rain and mountain snow across the west right into next week. Now, between now into the first full week of November, 2 more storms are going to be affecting the Northwest. Low elevation rain, higher elevation snow. The first storm will take a more west to east track across British Columbia, Canada, but it is also going to be associated with a plume of moisture from the Pacific that we often refer to as, they call it the atmospheric river, the fire hose effect of rain and high elevation snow will be slicing southward over time, affecting areas from Washington, Idaho, Montana, into Oregon into Saturday. Over the lower west-facing slopes of the Olympics and Cascades, a general 4 to 6 inches of rain will fall. Some areas could see up to 8 inches of rain. Now, the snow levels will begin to fall rather slowly, but eventually below mountain pass levels with this first storm here on Friday. Then they'll jump back up to about 7,000 feet as more moisture from the atmospheric river reaches the region. So the combination of heavy rain and rising snow levels will actually raise the risk of flooding and mudslides, especially in the burn scar locations. Now, there could also be an increase in water levels of some of the major rivers in the region, but progressively colder air begins to push in following that storm that arrives Friday night. So motorists should be prepared for rapidly changing wintry conditions over the major passes in the Cascades Friday night into Saturday as that cold air takes hold. For example, Snoqualmie Pass, Washington. There along I-90, temperatures will be into the 40s today before plummeting into the 20s by Friday night, and you're going to be stuck in the 20s Saturday as several inches of snow accumulate there. Roads will become icy and snow-packed. At sea level near the coast, colder air sweeps in not quite at the speed as it does in the mountains. Typically, that kind of weather setup in the wake of a storm would not translate to anything other than some chilly rain showers in places like Vancouver, British Columbia, Seattle, and Portland, Oregon. However, a second storm is due to move in and drop southward along the coast later in the weekend and kind of linger into next week. That second storm could provide enough moisture as the cold air takes hold to bring some snow to the Vancouver area. Snow could dip down into the hills around Seattle and Portland from, say, Sunday night into Tuesday. All right, there you go. Same storm's going to dip southward enough to bring some substantial rain and mountain snow to northern California Monday into Tuesday. Now, that storm early next week looks to be a heavy snow producer for the northern and central Sierra Nevada. A few inches of snow between 5,000 and 7,000 feet, but above 7,000 feet, several feet of snow will be piling up from Monday into Tuesday. Now, there's also the likelihood of some drenching rain in the lower elevations there in Northern California, Monday to Tuesday. San Francisco, Sacramento, an opportunity for some pretty significant amounts of rain to reach coastal locations, even Southern California, Los Angeles and San Diego, Monday night into Tuesday night. It's possible Los Angeles could pick up an entire month's worth of rain from that single storm early next week. The average rain for L.A. in November is about 0.8 of an inch. So they may pick that up with just that individual storm, they tell us. All right, let's see what's going on out west there. Good morning to Heatwave. What's happening?
No, good morning, senor. Just a heads up for those traveling on Interstate 40 around Thoreau, New Mexico at exit 53 westbound. They have you getting off the off-ramp and then getting right back on. They've got looks like a box van facing east in the west lanes, and they have a semi. I don't know how far he is, but he don't look like he's on the westbound lanes at all, facing west and the eastbound side. So y'all on the east side, y'all need to slow down and make sure that there's plenty of room for you to pass. They had just closed that off when I went by there here about 20 minutes ago. So just intermittent snowstorms. Sometimes the road is covered and sometimes it ain't. They do have the plows out here with the salt shakers. So just be careful out here on 40, guys and gals. Well, the head jackass in charge made it to Albuquerque yesterday. I don't know if he was pitching for Michelle Lujan Grisham in the governor's race yesterday, but I had seen the C5 come in the day before, so I knew his motorcade was coming in. But he's supposed to be stumping for our Democrat governor, and Trump went ahead and endorsed the GOP nominee. And that there was such a big fanfare and butt kissing over there on the tarmac where Air Force One was, and Joe, of course, he had his hands all over different women and that were there, giving them hugs and smelling their hair.
Get a little sniff here and there,
So
yeah. Sniff.
Yeah. So I'm sure someone asked him red or green, and he thought, well, it ain't Christmas yet, but red or green out here in New Mexico is either red chilies or green chilies on your stuff. So I don't know. You got to be careful what you touch around here, Joe, because you could get burned later. So, yeah, there was a whole bunch of us on the KOB Channel 4 Facebook site just letting them know that we really don't appreciate him nor his ideas. So it was FJB and MLK. MLG, because both of them are just really pieces of, well, we know what comes after that. Oh, goodness. So what else is going on? So Houston won. It's kind of been a one-win, one-lose proposition for both teams. So maybe they'll stretch it out to 7 games. Who knows? Like I said, if Houston wins, I'll be pleasantly surprised. If they lose, well, it was expected. Damn, these roads need to get fixed. Oh, so other than that, not a whole lot happening out here. Got my DOT physical done the day before and got my other appointments taken care of. So come back out here just to make one run, turn around, go home, and take Saturday off and do it again Sunday night. That's a hell of a way to make a living, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I'm glad everything went good, but the physical, though, everything is okay, right?
Yeah, everything's fine. They just worried more about my blood pressure than they were about my A1C, and it shot up to 7.9. I just knew they were going to give me grief over that, but that's not what they were worried about. They were worried more about the blood pressure. So I don't know. It's weird because every time I go in, I'm thinking they're going to cut me down to 6 months or 3 months to get the A1C taken care of. Well, they didn't even bat an eye. So, but yeah, I'm going to have to make some changes out here. Bring more of my own grub with me. You know, tuna fish and chicken salad. You know, more of a protein-based diet than you know, the carbs and whatnot. So, and you know, if you want to grab a salad from a Love's or anywhere, you know, you're spending almost $6 for a bowl of salad, and it's, you know, it's got just as much, you know, stuff in there that could be good for you or it could be bad. You just don't know. You know, they say portion control. Well, I'll eat my portion, but it's usually, you know, I belong to the CPC club. That's the Clean Plate Club. So there's not a whole lot left over. I mean, if I got gravy in the bottom of the plate, I'll grab me some bread and sop it up. You know, so you tell kids sop it up today, they have no idea what you're talking about. Kind of like when you're walking in a Walgreens or a Walmart pharmacy and you ask the person in front of you, are you the caboose? You know, it surprises them that you even know what a caboose is. You tell that to a kid, they're like, well, what the hell's a caboose? Never mind. So, you know, yeah, price of progress, I guess. So, well, being it's Friday, everybody needs to have a little bit of frivolity out there. And, before I get there, yeah, Steve, you should have thought first before you opened your trap when the princess asked you what you had planned this weekend. You should have said,
yeah.
Well, honey, I'm planning on sitting on my duff in my chair, drinking the Skull Busters, watching football. Of course, then you probably would have got a boot up the hind end saying, no, you're not.
No, you're not.
So, well, whatever you find in the freezer, go ahead and cook it up, you know. Even if it's a year and a half old. Hell, it's frozen.
It's frozen.
Maybe freezer burned, but yeah. So anyways, after my joke from, I guess it was Tuesday night, Monday night. Yeah, Monday night. My co-driver, she just kind of shook her head and groaned a little bit. And she says, here's one you could tell on the radio. So without further ado and with your blessing, we're going to get right to it. A bear walks into a bar there in Yellowstone. And he sits down on the bar and he looks at the bartender and says, I'll have a beer. And the bartender looked at the bear and said, I'm sorry, but we don't serve bear beers at Billy's Bar. The bear looked at him a little more intently and said, I will have a beer. Bartender looked right back at him and said, and I said, we do not serve bear's beer at Billy's Bar. And the bear got a little perturbed. He got his claws out and put it on the bar and leaned over to the barman and said, I said, I will have a beer. And the bartender got right up in that bear's face and he said, and I said, we do not sell bear's beer at Billy's Bar. The bear went on a tirade, and there was a woman at the end of the bar. He attacked her and ate her. And as he came back to the bartender, crunching on her skull, he says, do you understand now that I'm serious? I want a beer. And the bartender looked at him just as serious and says, and I told you we do not sell bear beers at Billy's Bar, especially those that are on drugs. The bear looked perplexed. He says, what do you mean on drugs? And he says, well, at the end of the bar, that was a barbiturate.
Okay, yeah, boy, oh boy. Casual Friday, right? A barbiturate. All right, 21 past the hour. Lines available. It's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Well, another day means another state issuing an emergency declaration because they got shortages of fuel. Iowa this past day joined the list, like the neighboring states of Nebraska and South Dakota. Emergency declaration due to fuel concerns. Another border state, Missouri, has a waiver in place through December 1st for the hay haulers due to the drought conditions there. The emergency in Iowa, though, notes high demand for petroleum products throughout the Midwest has created extensive challenges to timely access to supplies of motor fuels. In addition, drivers transporting motor fuels are experiencing long wait times at the terminals, making it difficult for transporters to meet demand and comply with state and federal hours of service requirements. This order provides a limited suspension of certain hours of service regulations for commercial motor vehicle drivers who are transporting gasoline, diesel, ethanol, biodiesel, jet fuel, and aviation gas throughout the state of Iowa. So like I said, it's almost been another state has been issuing an emergency declaration every day this week. Yeah, the entire region a part of that now.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Oh, hello to our airline friend, Timmy the pilot, on board. Tim says, evening, y'all. Enjoying a nice day after zipping around the state today. Shaking some dust off my little Piper Warrior. Cannot wait for the red wave on the 8th and the blood red moon. Yeah, they all kind of coincide together there on Election Day. You know, the blood red moon, is that a sign for November the 8th? Eskimo Mom on board. Happy hump day for me, or Friday for you. Had a couple of issues that made my night a little rough to start, but things are slowly getting better. 2.5 days until staycation gets underway. It's clear, 61 degrees on I-64 in rural Indiana tonight. Let's see what we got here. 5-7 on a Friday morning, 5-7.
Well, good morning, sir. Morning. Yes, somebody said that it's not who counts, it ain't who votes, it's who counts the votes. And I absolutely agree that hopefully on the last election, I think people still had a lot of trust. And for this election, I think the light of day is lit up. So it's this stuff like previously said in Pennsylvania, you got to wonder how long people will put up with it. And that I understand how you counteract that, because I was listening to a Christian advocate, on a reel, and he explained how many Christians sat out the last election because they did, and mainly because they didn't like tweets. So the idea is those that are in the church, if they need to stand up, dust themselves off, and dirty themselves into so-called politics, because obviously right now the culture is telling us that our eternal salvation on is a book full of hatred and bigotry. So I believe there's a lot of good people.
Yeah, and wherever 5-7 is tonight, you're not in the best cell zone. You may have to give us a call back, a take two. All right, we're up to news break just ahead anyway. Hey, but got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. That's our number as we roll into a Friday. Coming up, one of the most anticipated events in the aerospace world is set to happen in about 1 month from now. December the 2nd is actually the date. What is that? We'll break it down. Coming up as we roll into a Friday, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Joe Biden is campaigning in New Mexico ahead of the midterm elections next Tuesday. The president is promoting his efforts to forgive student loan debt, vowing to always fight for students.
Your generation is not going to be ignored. You will not be shunned. You will not be silenced.
A new study out reveals just how many adults are dying from binge drinking.
20% of deaths for U.S. adults between the ages of 20 and 49 stem from binge drinking. That's according to a new study conducted over a recent 4-year period and published this week. Researchers examined national and state mortality data from 2015 to 2019, noting that deaths fully attributable to alcohol have risen in the past decade. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. So here we are on a Friday TGIF. Hey, make our way to the first weekend here in the month of November, right? All right, one of the most anticipated events in the aerospace world. Coming up December the 2nd, a little less than a month away, the world will finally get a glimpse of the Northrop Grumman B-21 Raider. What is it? A new stealth bomber aircraft that has been described by its manufacturer as the most advanced military aircraft ever built. The company was first awarded the contract to build the B-21 for the U.S. Air Force back in 2015, and the entire production has been shrouded in secrecy ever since. That secrecy, they tell us, is about to come to an end. The U.S. Air Force confirmed a couple weeks ago that the B-21 will be revealed in a December 2nd ceremony at Northrop Grumman's production facility in Palmdale, California. The unveiling of the B-21 will be a historic moment for our Air Force and nation. According to the Air Force Chief of Staff, General Charles Q. Brown, Jr., little is known about the capabilities or the configuration of the B-21. What little has been publicly disclosed, according to the U.S. Air Force fact sheet, is that the B-21 will be capable of crewed and uncrewed flight and will be able to carry and deploy both conventional and nuclear weapons. In addition, the stealth bomber is said to be capable of carrying out intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions, conducting electronic warfare such as jamming or spoofing radar and communication systems, and will feature an open systems architecture that will allow it to be upgraded with new capabilities in the future. Doug Youngs, Sector Vice President and General Manager of Northrop Grumman Aeronautics Systems, said in a company statement that the B-21 showcases the dedication and skills of the thousands of people working every day to deliver this aircraft, and it's a product of pioneering innovation and technological excellence. According to the same statement, there are 6 B-21 test aircraft in various stages of final assembly at that Palmdale plant, while the Air Force plans for the Raiders' first flight to take place next year. Military officials have yet to announce any sort of firm target dates. And by the way, the B-21 unveiling ceremony will be an invitation-only event on December the 2nd. So I guess I won't get to be there, but yeah, how about that? B-21, Scarecrow, that's right up your boy's neck of the woods, huh?
Well, he hasn't let anything on about that. Of course, that's a armed unit there. They kind of snub the others that are any weaponry or whatnot. That's unfair, you know. They kind of they look at themselves as being on the upper echelon there. I kind of forgot to mention was it last night or night prior when I said, they are being stressed and whatnot over there right now, and their services are in very high demand. He mentioned over that last barrage of missiles that were launched and such. I don't know what they consider a success or a failure, and he didn't lend an opinion either way there, but he said as crazy as they are to the north, they're not stupid. There's technicians and engineers and whatnot at work up there too that for each failure, they're learning. So yeah, these test flights or whatever, and I'm sure there's intimidation meant there too, but no, it's a learning curve, too. So Steve, I listened to Heat Wave there, got to thinking about, I have shipping addresses to several individuals and such, and listeners out here, and I've been known to, send an occasional sample of Milwaukee holy water and
right.
such. I realize that I don't have heat waves, but after listening to this call and the one from a couple nights back, my thoughts are I have next to the commode at home, it's a Norwegian Ole and Lena joke book. Now, my thoughts are maybe it would be better served, in New Mexico than, up here in the North Country there. So if he's not willing to give that address up, I'm thinking there's probably a few other listeners out here that might be able to help us out there. No assault, no insult there. No insult intention there. Just we just want to help you save face and all. So the last couple of nights come up about the CPAPs and whatnot. I coincidentally just replaced mine last Friday, and yeah, it was the same kind of drawn out process. I was told, I suppose midsummer, that there's quite a waiting list on them, and so then it probably wasn't a month and a half, 2 months back, my personal physician, he said, yeah, we might as well get you scheduled, as you got to have the prescription, right? And he said except for one question on the form or such, that he could actually write the prescription. But the question, I believe he said, have you observed the patient in a sleep study? And in that case, it takes the was at the pulmonary department or something like that. And it, like everything else, it takes a specialist to, check that off and whatnot. But, and prior to going in to meet with her, there was a whole list of things I had to fill out. Well, it come down to when all I wanted was a replacement, and they were treating me as a new patient and whatnot. Well, but in the end, it kind of felt like I was securing a second mortgage or such. Just, like paperwork here, sign here, this and that. And, oh, yeah, they want to make sure they got the insurance industry involved, in that and whatnot. But either way, and I had the option to go with either the memory card or the electronic, upfeed and whatnot. And I chose the card, because my old machine has that, and it does still work. So I'll probably keep that one for the weekends or whatever. So during the week, I sleep in the lower level of the house where it's dark and dungeony, and then weekends I shift up to the master suite. And so I thought, well, rather than moving it around back and forth, I'll just switch machines. But the original one is 12 years old. But so either way, we got that out of the way and such. And then it was actually earlier, before I left last night, I started dwelling on, and I know I brought this up a year ago about the Armistice Day blizzard that hit the Midwest. In fact, the entire country was involved in that. Well, that kind of, it falls into your opening, weather comments, tonight, Steve, about the winds and such up in the Northwest, Seattle area and such. And coincidentally, when I did my search earlier on, that story I sent you it's from the United States Weather Service, is a government publication. You probably haven't had time to read through it. I mean, it's very small print also and such. But either way, and it's a 10-year-old story, but it brought up about out west, let's see, the Tacoma Straits, Tacoma Narrows Bridge. Now, even if the listeners have never heard of that bridge, I'm sure everybody has seen the videos of this bridge. The wind is whipping it, and this is 1940 now.
Mm-hmm.
The wind is whipping it. It's twisting back and forth like a corkscrew, and the bridge was only a matter of weeks, if not months old, when it collapsed there. But that was the origins of the storm that became the Armistice Day blizzard, as we know it. It picked up tons and tons of moisture out of the Gulf, and channeled it up north, through Kansas and all the way up through our area and up into the Great Lakes, and it coincides with 1 week from now, what used to be Armistice Day. I think it was the 11th, I think it's the 11th is when that storm took place here. So, early November, and as the freighters up, on the Great Lakes and whatnot, they refer to the Witch of November. And that's these storms that they pop up. And that Armistice Day, that started out just like the weather we're having right now. It was like, in our area, it was about 50 degrees or such. And, but it just, the temperatures just plummeted, over the 20-hour period, 16 hours or whatever. But out of that story, one very unique information that I'd never heard of, Iowa, it said, was the second leading state in apple production in the country prior to that storm, behind Michigan. And that the wind from that storm, it decimated so many orchards. And this was during tough financial times and hardships too, that to actually get a fruiting crop again, so few reinvested in an orchard, and that's where corn and soybeans came into play big time in Iowa and such. That it was far easier to shift to a crop that could be, harvested, immediately and such. So that was rather intriguing, I thought, anyway. And then the grits are about to hit the fan in our household, within the family. You've heard many times about the foster pooch that we're boarding. We have an appointment tomorrow afternoon with the vet that will give the green light or red light as to whether we put him on that plane and ship him 7,000 miles to Korea to be with the parents and whatnot. But we gave him some meds. He can be kind of high-strung and uneasy when he's apparently in the medical arena at the vets or whatever. Well, the instructions say give him 3 the night before and then 2 pills 2 hours before you take him in. I gave him 3 this evening, Steve, and within 45 minutes, he literally fell down on the floor. He could not move anymore.
He's relaxed. He's relaxed.
It's a sad case because he's got bad, shepherd hips and whatnot to begin with, and so I carried him out to his bed, and that's where he was when I left the house about 10 o'clock now, and he was struggling to try and get up, but so I sent the message to our kids and our daughter-in-law in particular. I said, by no means is he going to get any more of these pills that you secured for him, and so we're going to see how this plays out or whatnot, but there's a lot of uneasiness within 2 households here right now.
Wow.
There's that. So anyway, that's all I really had to throw at you at the moment here. We'll make room for the next one here, man.
All right.
Appreciate the call.
Hopefully a safe flight for the pooch, right? Yeah, that's... All right, we got a Friday. It's 844-3388. Well, indeed, Wednesday, the Iowa Motor Truck Association and the Iowa DOT and Motor Vehicle Enforcement partnered up to show their appreciation for truck drivers by giving away free boxed lunches at the weigh stations. Anybody get a free lunch Wednesday? Starting at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, truckers were treated to a free Jimmy John's sandwich boxed lunch. 3 weigh stations there in Iowa. The Dallas County scale on 80, the Brandon scale on 380, and the Salix scale on I-29. As promised, we fed a whole lot of hungry truck drivers today in collaboration with the Iowa Motor Truck Association. We handed out Jimmy John's sandwiches at 3 scale locations. Yeah, it wasn't so bad having that scale sign open today, was it? Says the Iowa DOT motor and via, because they weren't doing inspections and whatnot. It's like, just come on in, get your boxed lunch, and head on back out. Enjoy a free meal on us. There you go. And we'll return as we roll into a Friday at 844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I know out there amongst our listening audience, we've got some paper carriers. Big Sexy, he's actually not throwing papers like he used to. He's just going from the post office to post office kind of thing. But yeah, there's a handful of others out there that we get messages from here and there that are still out there throwing the papers. How long do you think it's going to be before there ain't no physical papers to be thrown anymore? Yeah, one of the nation's biggest publishers announcing they're going to stop printing Alabama's 3 largest newspapers. They're going digital only, like so many other forms of newspapers have gone in recent years. Yeah, a long string of local paper closures all over the country. But Advance Publications, which owns 24 newspapers, as well as the Condé Nast magazine publishing empire, plans to announce they will end the print operations of the Birmingham News, the Huntsville Times, and Mobile's Press Register in February. The print side of our business does not make economic sense in Alabama, according to the president of the Alabama Division of Advance Local, the group that oversees the newspapers. The print readership of all 3 papers has been shrinking rapidly. Their expected combined circulation of about 30,000 early next year, just a fraction of, at one point there were 260,000 subscribers to these papers just 10 years ago, which even that is surprising. Yeah, other publishers have moved to the transition. Local papers are now digital news operations, including USA Today's parent Gannett Company, which in May ended print operations for several Massachusetts newspapers, opting rather to focus on the digital operations. Since 2005, the United States has lost more than 1/4 of its newspapers, and we're on track to lose 1/3 by 2025. According to the report from Northwest University. Now, the company did say there, as far as Alabama's newspaper, they said they have no plans to lay off journalists, but we will shut down the Mobile-based printing operation. That would lay off 110 people, including 74 employees in print production and 36 people focused on print sales, operations, and circulation. And newspapers going away. Yeah, as far as, even we live in a kind of a little cul-de-sac area, about maybe 20 homes in this little cul-de-sac neighborhood. And paper guy comes through the neighborhood like about 3 o'clock in the morning. And I think he's now throwing 1 newspaper. But, it's probably spending more on gas than the value of just throwing the papers. Hey, got a couple of minutes before we hit top of the hour news break. We'll get started with Horse Feathers here. What's going on? Happy Friday.
Yeah, thank you, Honor. Welcome to Friday. Or should we say for Becky, hey, Mike, what day is it?
Yeah,
what
exactly.
day is it? Yeah, exactly. So, So anyways, I guess a little congratulations to Heatwave. I thought that was a little better than the previous attempts he's made before. So maybe go and run, doing a test drive there, a test run there on the co-driver may not be a bad thing there, getting the thumbs up, approval from the co-driver. But so anyways, hey, kind of like you're talking about here with the newspapers. Now, what do you think of this scenario? Seems like they're trying to push more of this mail-in ballots, vote at home and don't it started out kind of with the early voting, don't stand in line on election day, do early voting, and now with COVID, we got the mail-in ballots pushed out, which originally were just absentee ballots. Do you think they're trying to push to go away from going to the polling place to cast your ballot? I mean, do you think they're trying to get everybody to try to be at home, and then at what point do you think they'll say, well, the mail system isn't that reliable, so we ought to do it all over the internet. So all you got to do is pull out your smartphone or your tablet or whatever.
Yeah,
and just click the boxes on your.
We all know no way in hell you could do voting by internet because there's way too much opportunity to have influence, outside influence. But hold that thought there. I just scrolled down. I think Josh was there. If you're listening in, Josh, give us a call back. I'll get you after the news break there. He's out there at the SEMA show, which is going to be concluding today in Las Vegas. He was going to give us an update. First, we get a quick timeout on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Joe Biden is campaigning in New Mexico ahead of the midterm elections next Tuesday. The president is promoting his efforts to forgive student loan debt, vowing to always fight for students.
Your generation is not going to be ignored. You will not be shunned. You will not be silenced.
The president also campaigning in California Thursday. The CDC has released new guidelines on prescribing opioids, giving doctors more power to treat pain. Acting director of the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, Dr. Christopher Jones, says the decision is meant to empower doctors and patients to decide based on specifics of a case.
I've seen the profound impacts pain can have on someone's life. And I've also seen how that life can be transformed when a patient is able to access safe and effective care. That's why the release of the 2022 guideline is so important. It's intended to help improve communication between clinicians and patients and to support the patient-clinician relationship.
A new study out reveals just how many adults are dying from binge drinking.
20% of deaths for U.S. adults between the ages of 20 and 49 stem from binge drinking. That's according to a new study conducted over a recent 4-year period and published this week. Researchers examined national and state mortality data from 2015 to 2019, noting that deaths fully attributable to alcohol have risen in the past decade. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Game 5 of the World Series is set to be played Thursday night in Philadelphia. The series is all tied up at 2 games apiece after Houston won on Wednesday. First pitch of Game 5 is set for just after 8 o'clock Eastern Time. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
President Biden is heading out on a West Coast swing Thursday. One stop will be in the border state of New Mexico to talk about his student loan relief program. Florida Republican Congressman Carlos Giménez tells Fox Business he's not expecting the border topic to come up.
He's not going to bring that up. It's one of his greatest failures as President of the United States. Obviously, a president's supposed to keep us safe, keep our border safe, and he's an utter failure there. So, no, he's not going to bring that up.
The top Republican in the House says his party won't make cuts to Social Security if they win the election next week.
Here's a commitment to America. What does it say in there? To save and strengthen Social Security and Medicare. This simply means is we're not touching it.
California's Kevin McCarthy insisted Democrats are desperate as they bring up this line of attack so close to the election. The Border Patrol is defending the use of pepper spray to push back a group of Venezuelan illegal immigrants near El Paso, saying the agents were being attacked. Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez says this happens all the time. The pepper spray, launched from a paintball, came in response to an agent being hit by a rock while another was hit with a flagpole. Former President Trump will be speaking at a rally in Iowa Thursday night where there are key races for governor and U.S. Senate. The former president also holding a rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Suspense. The Shadow knows. Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here. Welcome in to our friends in the Mountain Time Zone. It's a Friday. There you go. Yeah, you got the fourth day of November. Yes, indeed. That looks like anybody get caught up in this earlier this week? Indiana, in the Hoosier State, state police and local law enforcement partnered up for a big enforcement effort targeting overweight trucks. Guess it was kind of a surprise blitz that took place on Wednesday of this week. Newton County, Indiana. Indiana State Police, the Lowell Post, Newton County Sheriff's Department, Indiana State Police Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division. A 4-hour effort. They stopped 11 trucks. Of those 11 trucks, 7 were cited for overweight violations. 7 out of 11. Wow. Now, during the inspections conducted on the 11 trucks, officers found 28 total violations, 4 of which resulted in vehicles being placed out of service. 7 citations issued, 8 warnings. 1 had to be towed due to violations that hadn't been fixed after being documented on previous inspections. But they did release a statement. This is significant as overweight vehicles cause unnecessary damage to the roadways, placing added wear and pressure on vehicle components. This can cause critical damage and component failure that could result in crashes and or damage to other vehicles. Always maintain your vehicle in safe working order. Repair any unsafe conditions as soon as they're observed. A safe truck means a safe driver, which results in safe Indiana roadways. All right, on a positive note, how do you think the general public perceives you, the American truck driver, the industry as a whole? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Now, if you asked me before I read the story, which I have already, I would have thought the general perception is those damn trucks are just in the way. Get out of my way. I'm trying to get to point A to point B, and they're always in my way. Well, the group Trucking Moves America Forward released the results of the poll looking at how the American public perceives the trucking industry. Trucking Moves America Forward, an organization that focuses on promoting a positive image of trucking, commissioned research into the public perceptions of the industry. In September of this year, they released the results this past day, November 3rd. And believe it or not, Trucking Moves America Forward said the image of the trucking industry is at an all-time high. I would have never guessed. Some of the key findings: 87% of voters have a favorable impression of the industry as a whole. 97% of Americans believe the trucking industry plays a very important role in the economy. 3/4 of Americans rate the industry's safety record as excellent or good. I would have never guessed that. 96% of Americans stated that truck drivers are essential to keeping the country's economy moving. 85% consider truck drivers to be professionals. 78% believe that truck drivers have higher standards for safety than other drivers. when voters were asked which group of workers should be considered essential or critical to the country in times of crisis, trucking ranked top 3, along with grocery store workers and healthcare workers. Lastly, more than 40% of Americans say they know someone who works in the trucking industry, and their impression is more favorable of the industry at 87%. Some pretty positive numbers there, but again, I would have never guessed. All right, let me get back. Horse Feathers, thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Oh, I guess they just don't know us truck drivers up here in the Mid-Atlantic or Northeast, or us people up here, as one of your callers was alluding. Was he saying something about my personality and what was he saying about me, Your Honor? Is he saying I'm not a nice person? I don't know. We'll have to see. Put that out for a vote. Now maybe we shouldn't do that. Now take that back. Don't put that poll out there.
Right.
But anyway, so you read there an email there from people coming back from Cozumel. Now we got to sail with Andrea and Just Dan, and I think I kind of gave him the handle Just Dan, because when we met him there, we got to meeting him and he. We told them our names, and they were saying theirs, and he says, Dan. I said, yeah, Dan? He says, yeah, Just Dan. I'm like, okay, Just Dan, nice to meet you. So I don't know if that arose from there or where that came from.
I bet that's him, yeah.
Yeah. All I know, I've seen the pictures. They were swimming with the dolphins and the manatee and all that, and I don't know if they got to swim with the sharks, too, or not. They didn't have any pictures of that, But yeah, they're on Facebook there. If you go and look through their stuff, you can see where they were down there enjoying all that stuff down there in Cozumel and all that. So, and then I see Bourbon Street Gary had a memory there that 3 years ago we were just getting done with the cruise there down there, getting back off the boat about this time down Fort Lauderdale after, you were wearing that wig there from 3 years ago there the other night.
Yeah, right.
So anyways. But I guess the big thing to put out here, especially for the industry news, is we got this closure coming up in Harrisburg starting later today, sometime in the PM on Friday. Going to have from exit 41A, 41 is A and A is in Apple, up to exit 46. 81 is going to be closed in both directions through Harrisburg. So plan accordingly. If you plan on going through Harrisburg over the weekend, you probably will have to stay like on off of 83, 283 to get on the turnpike to get back to 83 and come back up north to 581 and go around that way. So it ought to be a pretty good mess trying to see what's going on there with 83 there. And I guess you could stay with 81 a little bit if you wanted to. But they got construction on 81 as well, so I don't know exactly what all is going to entail with that. They don't usually have 81 closed off, but as I say, 83 will be closed all weekend from Friday night to Monday morning from 41A to 46, and that's in both directions there through Harrisburg. Anyways, so I don't know. That's about what we got going for you. It's about. We still got clear skies out here. You're saying it's, I don't know, I think our AccuWeather guys said that there might be one day there's like a 20% chance of showers, and then there's supposed to be no rain all the way up until like Thursday, and then there's a chance of like 50% chance of showers on Thursday. So be interesting to see when all the weather comes back to being more in the normal range here, because they're still talking highs in the, well into the 60s all the way through that. And as Scarecrow was talking there, when the big thing switches from one to the other, you get all that. And of course, the one thing that, stands out in my mind of what happened here in early November was the Edmund Fitzgerald. We're coming up on the anniversary of the loss of that ship.
The Witch of November.
And and the 29 sailors that were on board that, they only had another, 10 miles to go. But anyways, that's just remember. So I guess we got a few little anniversaries coming up. But anyways, that's about all what we got going for you now. And I don't know. I guess USA News needs to update because they say Game 5 is getting ready to be played there, and they're 2 games apiece.
You know, they're pretty good about that. I mean, being delayed or behind on updating things. I noticed that.
Yeah. So, anyways, well, maybe by 5 o'clock there they'll get caught up there. So, anyways, we'll let you get back at it there and see what you can find for the rest of the night there.
I remember back when Hurricane Ian was out there approaching Florida. Yeah, the evening when we were tracking. The storm was at a Category 2 hurricane, and the forecast was predicting it could very well become a Category 4 by later that particular morning, whatever day that was. And like all night long, they're saying it's now a Category 4 storm, and it's like, no, it's not. It was 15 hours later that it ramped up. It did finally become one, but it's like, come on, where are you getting your info? Let's see, on a brighter note, under the other industry headlines, regardless of whether you like the organization or not, I know there's a number of folks out there who don't have a very positive view of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association for varying reasons. But Veterans Day is right around the corner, and they're going to be handling their Trucker for Troops campaign, which this will be the 16th year for this, with a week-long event helping to raise money for veterans organizations, as well as generating funds to build care packages to send to U.S. troops stationed overseas. This year's campaign set to begin on November the 7th. And will continue, that's Monday, by the way, continuing through the start of business the following Monday, November the 14th. Now, you don't have to, per se, join the organization. The idea is it's kind of a membership drive at the same time. New and renewed memberships offered at a discount price, $35. You can join or renew for as many years as you'd like at the discounted rate. 10% of that total goes to the Truckers for Troops. And, of course, then they match those funds dollar for dollar. But you can also make just individual tax-deductible contributions. If you don't want to join the organization, or if you're already a lifetime member, you can just make a donation that all that funds, money, would go to the Truckers for Troops campaign. Anyway, starting in 2007, they've raised nearly $730,000 to assist veterans and veteran organizations. Now, obviously, with winding things down, at the height of this, we had the ongoing war, Iraq. We were in Afghanistan and so many other locales. Not nearly as many active deployments going on as there were then. They kind of shifted things to organizations closer to home. Veterans Community Project, a Kansas City, Missouri-based group to serve those who have served. It's the veterans, assisting former military members in several ways. First, through their Veteran Outreach Center, which provides a host of services to help veterans, help them navigate their VA benefits, identification services, mental and physical health referrals, financial counseling, access to hygiene kits and food pantry during their commissary day. Also, the Veterans Community Project's community of tiny homes, as they call it, gives homeless veterans a chance to get off the street and start the process of trying to rebuild their lives. Now, that particular program has a 60% success rate of transitioning veterans from being homeless or living off the streets into permanent housing, more than double the average of other housing programs that are similar. After the success there in Kansas City at that location, the program is expanding to campuses in Longmont, Colorado, as well as St. Louis. The charity's goal is to eventually have a community in each state around the country. All right, so there you go, some of our industry headlines. As we get back to the calls here on a Friday, TGIF. It's 844-844-3388. Would that be AAA?
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Morning, AAA.
Happy Friday.
Yes, sir. What's happening?
Man, Heat Wave told that joke, and then you started talking about the papers going away, and that reminded me of one, so I thought I'd call in and tell it. Have you ever heard the one about the woman putting an ad in the newspaper for a man?
I can't say that I have. It's not ringing a bell.
Yeah, a woman puts an ad in the newspaper for a man, and the ad says, looking for a man, one that won't run around on me, one that won't play around on me, and one that's well endowed. Well, the next day her doorbell rings. She goes to the door, and there's a man sitting there in a wheelchair who doesn't have any arms or any legs. He said, hey, I'm here for your ad for the man. She said, well, you don't have any arms or any legs. He said, well, the ad said you want a man who wouldn't run around on you. He said, I won't run around on you. I ain't got no legs. So the ad said you want a man who wouldn't play around on you. He said, I won't play around on you. I ain't got no arms. She said, well, how do I know you're well endowed? He said, well, I rung the doorbell.
I rung the doorbell, didn't I? AAA, have a great weekend. Yeah, there you go. Casual Friday, right? Hey, but don't forget, turn back the clock weekend. You set your clock back Sunday. Yeah, Saturday night, Sunday morning. Yeah, do some simple at-home safety checks is the advice that could save your life. Check your smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors. Make sure they're working. It's a good time to replace the batteries as well. The Consumer Product Safety Commission recommends replacing batteries once a year unless the devices have the sealed 10-year batteries. Even the smoke alarm itself, again, those, believe it or not, those have to be replaced. They recommend replacing your smoke alarms every 10 years. Now, the recommendation is installing smoke alarms on every level of your home, inside each bedroom, and outside of sleeping areas. Carbon monoxide alarms should also be installed on each level of the home, outside of sleeping areas. Working smoke and carbon monoxide alarms are always important, but even more so during the time of year where we're burning fuel for heating the homes, spending more time inside the home. Yeah, carbon monoxide poisoning can come from your home heating system, portable generators, other carbon monoxide producing appliances. As we know, it is invisible, it is odorless, and carbon monoxide claims more than 400 lives every year, and most of those are during the winter, between November and February. Of course, as far as your smoke detectors, there's an estimated 347,000 residential fires in the United States. 2019, the latest year they have data for. Yeah, more than 2,490 deaths, more than 11,700 injuries. So there you go. Good time to check those batteries, replace the alarms if need be, and we shall return. Tell you what, we'll just take it to the break there, bottom of the hour, just a few minutes away anyway. What you got this morning? Gilligan, what's happening?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 220 in North Carolina, 8 Breezy Cups.
As usual.
Gig.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to touch on something here. I've been thinking about this. You know, they're talking about, Biden's here talking about how we're a threat to democracy, the MAGA crowd, the Republicans are a threat to democracy. Did I miss something? But what was going on all during the summer of 2020?
Right.
That summer of love and everything. I mean, it's just amazing, the hypocrisy of these people. I don't get why people can't see through it, but the problem is they can't think about anything that didn't happen in the last 10 minutes, I'm beginning to think. You know, they say they're for the elderly and all this. Well, how's the elderly heating their homes this winter when their fuel oil prices have more than doubled in the last 2 years? I mean, it's crazy. I just don't understand why people cannot see through this mess. You know, I seen a bumper sticker on a car, and I got to admit, he's a veteran. He was at Lowe's. He was in a veterans parking, and the confusion gets me. He said, if you're against the mail-in ballots, then you're against the military voting. Unfortunately, there's so many people don't understand the difference between these mass mailings of ballots out to people to have them returned. That they and then in the military actually sending in their ballots. That's I don't get how these people don't understand that. It's two totally different issues. The military has voted with mail-in ballots for decades. I don't know of anybody against the military mail-in
right.
ballots.
If you're stationed, stationed in Europe, if you're in Germany or South Korea, what is your option? You have no option. You have to fill out your ballot, and it has to be sent back to the United States. And you know what? Absentee ballots, and in the trucking industry, we've promoted and pushed truck drivers to get your absentee ballot. If you may or may not be home on election day. Yeah, if you're in a business where you may or may not be home, we don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with people that are too damn lazy to get out on election day and vote.
Exactly. I sent you a story. Did you read the one about the 101-year-old woman out in Chandler, Arizona? She asked her what her secret to longevity is.
Tequila.
Well, a happy life. Yeah, tequila. That's myself. I said, you know what, Steve? I think we need to invite her to next year's Halloween party. She sounds like she'd fit right in. What do you think?
Yeah, sounds like a winner.
Well, that's about all I got for now. Charlie's working on a story. Maybe you can get in later. Thank you for taking the call.
Have a good weekend. Thank you much. Yeah, November 2nd was a special day for the Chandler woman. 101st birthday. Yeah, born in 1921. She's survived a lot. The Great Depression, multiple wars, had 6 kids, and still maintains her wit and sense of humor. How do you feel, Mom? Her daughter asks. Well, with my hand, she replied. Yeah, not many people live to see 101. But yeah, ultimately, long story short, ask what's the secret to your longevity? And she said, tequila. She got a little glass of tequila there on her birthday, and she's holding up the glass. She's got the little button on. Another year sexier. There you go. Happy 101st. You can imagine the things that she's seen over the years. Indeed. All right, let's get our news break here. Hit the bottom of the hour. Much more to come as we hit the halfway point, the midway point on a Friday morning.
USA Radio News.
Paul Pelosi has been released from the hospital. This comes 6 days after being attacked in his home. The 82-year-old was struck at least twice with a hammer after an intruder broke into the couple's San Francisco home on October 28th. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan was shot after a gunman opened fire at a campaign truck he was traveling in during a protest over early voting. A party official confirmed that Khan was wounded in the leg but wasn't seriously hurt in relation to the shooting. At least 3 people were shot in what Houston police are calling a human smuggling operation. When officers went to investigate, they spotted 2 cars trying to flee the scene. Both vehicles were pulled over and 9 people were detained. Officials stated that they are still working to determine which men were suspects. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan silver dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan silver dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, another thing we've pushed over and over again, trying to get people to be an educated voter. Yep. So many people out there are, what do they call them, one-issue voters. Yeah, they'll look at a candidate's stance on one issue. Oh, well, he supports the union. He's a big union guy. He's my guy. And pay no attention to what the rest of their platform is, which you may not agree with any of it. You got the people that vote on abortion stances. Oh, they're pro-life, or they're one-issue voters. You need to be an educated voter. Please come next Tuesday. Don't just go in there and check a box due to one issue or an R or a D per se. Now, for my fellow Ohioans, it's a very closely watched race. Tim Ryan here, and J.D. Vance. Polls say it's depending on which poll you look at. This is another one that's a very, very tight race. How do you feel about the border issue? Yeah, Tim Ryan at once pledged to free at least 42,000 illegal aliens, including thousands convicted of crimes, from Immigration and Customs custody. Ryan's running against J.D. Vance for the Senate seat here in Ohio. He made that pledge to the left-wing American Civil Liberties Union while running for president in the Democrat primary back in 2019. It's the same guy. Specifically, he pledged to free from ICE detention at least 75% of detainees. That would have amounted to about 42,000 illegal aliens being released into our communities at that point in time. Now, thousands of those illegals and potentially tens of thousands would have been convicted criminals, and thousands of others would have been released from ICE custody despite having pending criminal charges against them. Yeah, what do you mean he made that pledge? The ACLU had put out a little survey thing. Check yes or no as far as your commitments. ICE is responsible for the largest immigrant detention system network. All right, and it cost a lot of money. And the question that they presented to him, and there was a box to check yes or no, will you commit to reduce the size of immigrant detention, cutting ICE detention's budget, and a bunch of other things, to which he submitted, yes, I will. Well, this week during a town hall meeting, Ryan claimed, I never called for defunding ICE. Well, you've got your name checked on the box where you made that pledge through the ACLU pledge to cut detention by at least 75%, including cutting the budget and eliminating bail in immigration detention, which would render much of the agency, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, pretty much powerless when trying to enforce federal immigration law. It's just one issue. Please be an educated voter come Tuesday, or if you're voting early, if you're going to be voting today or sometime over the weekend. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Rubber Ducks on board. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Can you imagine your bunker getting overrun by the grandkids and looking around and having monster trucks and Barbie dolls and footballs and Legos all over the place? I've lost my man cave.
Oh, really? They've invaded your man cave.
It's gone. It's the grandkids' cave. You were talking about Indiana. They've gone to virtual weigh stations up here too. On 31 and then up here on 49 south of the steel plants. They've put the sensors in the road and the license plate recognition cameras, and they know how heavy you are when you cross it. And I wouldn't put them past them to be like Alabama and forward the information.
Really?
To the weigh station, to the officers. We noticed we used to run heavy from Nashville down to Birmingham, and they took the weigh station out there at the Alabama-Tennessee line on 65. But there was cameras down there, and you'd trip them off, and we got caught down the road a little bit. They knew we were there. They knew how heavy we were, and they brought the portables out and they put us on it. So that's not a proud moment. But we were talking about the election. I just want a receipt. I just want proof that my vote got counted. I get a receipt for everything else I do. Everybody else knows where I go. They know when I come through a toll gate. with the Easy Pass, that my Google phone knows everywhere I go. The car dealership I'm going to in Wisconsin in the morning, I never put any information in about this, and I typed in the first 2 letters of their name into Google Maps tonight. The only thing I'd done is looked up the town.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know what the dealer's name was. It said, hey, you're going to Don Johnson. So I just want a receipt. If my phone knows everything I want to do, I know I can't vote on it, but just when I pull the trigger on the election, just give me a receipt.
Yeah, I hear you.
I voted absentee in the military. I'm now questioning my first election because we lived in Northern Virginia, but I turned 18 in Southern Virginia at high school. So maybe that was considered my residence, but that wasn't on my driver's license. But they had me vote in that county down there in Southern Virginia for my first election.
Mm-hmm.
In person. But I didn't live there. Now, this was in 1984. 83, yeah, 83 election.
Gotcha.
Because I turned 18 in 83. So was that voter fraud? Can we go back and overturn one of the other elections
Right.
way back? Could somebody?
Yeah, it makes you kind of wonder.
Someplace.
You say, I didn't live there, but somebody voted. Somebody filled out a ballot with your name on it, in other words.
Well, no, our teachers are actually my government teacher, who is one of my, still to this day, he's one of my most respected peers because he taught me to see the big picture through the forest. See the forest through the trees. Don't vote like you said, don't vote for one particular line of one person's beliefs. See the bigger picture. What could that person do to help what I believe in? But yeah, they took us to the little polling place there because it wasn't at our school. It was down in the next town down. I don't know. But everybody, please vote. I haven't done it yet. I should have done it. And I would have been gone now, except for because I parked the truck by the house and came home and didn't put it in sleeper. I have to stay home for 10 hours instead of if I just lied and said I was sleeping in my truck in my hometown, I could leave in 8. And I'm ready to go. You hear me? I'm all gassed up, ready to ride.
Ready to roll.
Talking. Anyway, who's winning the championship?
Houston's got to be favored now. All they've got to win is one of the next 2. That's two games left.
I was going a roundy round in Phoenix. Come on, let's go over the real sport. Who's going to win the race?
You're not
who's
talking
win
World
NASCAR?
Series? Oh, hell, I ain't even. We're down to final weekend, isn't it? It's the Final Four championship weekend. Yeah, okay.
Now listen to this though. So I'm looking at the odds on a sports betting app, and it says odds to win the 2022 championship. Now I believe there's only 4 guys that could do it. We're down to the Final Four. The last 4 guys, the last race.
Right.
They have odds listed for like the whole field. If you were just a person, look at this guy. He's a 2 million to 1. He ain't even got a snowball's chance of winning, and not even until next year, till 2023. But it says he can win the 2022 Cup. They're egging people to bet on somebody that won't even pan out.
So that would be like an uneducated bettor.
Pretty much, because Ross Chastain's he's 400 to 1. And I looked at it and I said, I'll put my money on the Tennessee game. The Tennessee game's got better odds. Go Vols. Talk to you guys.
All right. Have a great, safe travels once you do finally get on the road there, right? Oh. from NASCAR's website, why Ross Chastain will win the Cup title. Now, of course, this is the third in a series of stories about the championship. If there was such a thing as a mojo meter, the number one Trackhouse racing driver would be off the charts. His Martinsville, that move heard around the world, where he ran the wall through turns 3 and 4 to actually make it into the final 4, kind of electrified the sports social sphere this week. The video game move that he pulled off there in Martinsville. The guy that everybody's talking about, the guy that just locked himself into the championship race in the most remarkable way possible. All right, I don't know. There's 4 that are in the, it's like any sport, any given Sunday, which this will be, right? Yeah, any given Sunday, you never can tell. All right, we'll return in 2 on a Friday. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Double R, checking in via YouTube this morning. Good to have you on board. There's Kentucky Ken on the Facebook side. Morning Overnight Drive crew, Steve Summers. Hopefully everyone have a great Friday and safe travels out there. Kentucky Ken listening in this morning. Hello to Lori Glory. Lori says, an absentee ballot and a mail-in ballot, 2 different things. Yep. Thank you very much. Good to have you on board. Meanwhile, Eagle had something else to chime in this morning. You hang it in there, Eagle.
Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to say something about what you had said after I hung up, Steve. I want to make a quick comparison with Biden and Trump. You said last night, well, I know you already know all the answers to these questions, and I just want to see what you think. You said what would the Democrats? You already know. Like I said, what would the Democrats say if Donald Trump was president? He was using the oil reserves that was supposed to be for emergency use, and he was doing it for political reasons to keep the gas prices down so people would still vote for him in these elections. Don't you think that the Democrats would be raising hell all over television, on TV, saying that Donald Trump is doing the wrong thing?
100%. They would be saying Donald Trump is risking our national security.
Yep. But do you hear that right now? If you turn your television on CNN or MSNBC, I can guarantee you don't hear none of those people on there from, if you name anybody on that, Don Lemon, Joy Reid, or anybody else associated with those two television stations. Nobody's saying nothing. Absolutely, it's real silent, real quiet right now. You know, like I said, Steve, there is a way that they treat people, and it's really not fair. You know, I told you in my first phone call, I've heard them several times. You know, I just tune in to CNN sometimes when I'm in the truck stop. It might be on the TV. I just listen just to see what they say. And like I told you earlier, I've heard Trump's name 3 or 4 times in this Nancy Pelosi case, where people are trying to place the blame on him, that people are his followers, or this man was one of his followers, and that he was the reason why he attacked Trump. Trump, like I told you before, Trump had nothing to do with this. Trump doesn't even know this man, doesn't want to know the man who went to Nancy Pelosi's house. Absolutely nothing about this guy. The guy did it on his own will. And for somebody to come on TV, that's what pisses me off, Steve, is when I hear these people on CNN blaming Donald Trump. So how would you feel if somebody blames you for something and Donald Trump lives in Florida, not California. He never even met this man before. But they continue to blame anything bad that happens. They continue. They're still talking about January the 6th. Still talking about that. They ain't forgot about that yet. So, like I said, we continue on year after year so far, Steve. And, Joe Biden, he continues to do his thing. Now, the Democrats, they got Hillary Clinton out there. They even brought old Bill Clinton. I thought he was, they got him out there on the campaign trail, for the Democrats. They got everybody. The only reason they ain't got Jimmy Carter out there because he's too old. He's 100 years old. They probably have him out there if they could get him up. So like I said, they desperate right now, Steve. They know that they're against the wall, and they know that they are running out of time. Because like I said, here's what, like I asked you a question a couple of weeks ago, Steve, and I told you this the other night. What person in their right mind, anybody who goes to the poll on voting booth or wherever you vote at on Tuesday and place their name for a Democrat, what are these people thinking about, Steve? Do they not? Are they living in the same USA I'm living in? Are they paying the same gas prices, food prices, housing prices, and other things that are sky high right now? Are these people paying the same price, Steve? I cannot see how somebody can walk into a voting booth next Tuesday and place their vote for a Democrat. I just can't imagine why somebody would do something so ridiculous. They ought to be ashamed of themselves at this point, unless they actually want to see the country fail. That's the only thing I can think of at this point, Stephen. And I don't even try to hold, like I told you the other night, I don't even try to hold a conversation with somebody that calls themselves a Democrat, Steve, because it's like talking to a brick wall. These people, it's like talking to a wall. You get no response back except for a negative response. It's completely opposite of what you think. You tell a Democrat that the gas prices are low, they'll tell you, well, they could be higher. If Joe Biden wasn't doing this, they was doing that, it could be higher. You tell them that about the crime, Steve. They say that the crime is not out of control. Yet all over America, crime's out. You say something about the border, they say, oh, well, there's border. Joe Biden said and Kamala said the border, we don't have no national security right now. The border is secure. So like I said before, Steve, talking to a Democrat is like talking to a brick wall, and that's really a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
The fact of the matter is there's many of those, you say, who in their right mind? Well, yeah, I think that's the answer. Many of them aren't in the right mind. And the fact is, I mean, you wouldn't believe how many that if you try to say, well, what about the prices at the pump? Well, that Joe didn't do that. Yeah, there's other circumstances. It's not his fault. And You can go down the proverbial laundry list of issues, and no, that's not Joe Biden's fault. Yeah, you need to look at what's going on behind the scenes. They honestly believe that Joe has nothing to do, no responsibility with any of those issues. Now, the first thing you brought up there, Eagle, was the media, and sadly enough, even the president himself, Joe Biden, trying to link Trump with this Pelosi attack last weekend. Even Biden did that. And who would have ever suspected that former President Barack Obama would actually say, hey, that's not correct? Kind of calling, he didn't specifically call Joe out by name, but Barack Obama warning Democrats not to demonize their political opponents this past day. Even as Joe Biden was delivering that speech attacking MAGA Republicans and trying to tie them into the assault on Nancy Pelosi's husband. I am no supporter of one Barack Obama, you know that. But in this case, a little bit of truth coming from the guy. Obama told a rally in Phoenix that demonizing opponents with over-the-top rhetoric could result in physical violence. Whoa, really? He says, quote, one thing is clear, and that is this increasing habit of demonizing political opponents, of just yelling and thinking not just that I disagree with someone, but that they're evil and they're wrong. That creates a dangerous climate when we have politicians and elected officials in leadership positions who continue to promote this over-the-top rhetoric or make light of it. More people are going to get hurt. That was Barack Obama's quote. Like I said, he didn't specifically mention Joe Biden, but Biden gave a speech at Union Station where he was kind of reprising some of his attacks from back in early September at Independence Hall when he was casting Republicans as extremists, dangers to our democracy. All right, what to pick up there following news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News.
Paul Pelosi has been released from the hospital. This comes 6 days after being attacked in his home. The 82-year-old was struck at least twice with a hammer after an intruder broke into the couple's San Francisco home on October 28th. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has softened its guidelines for U.S. doctors.
The CDC has released new guidelines on prescribing opioids, giving doctors more power to treat pain. Acting Director of the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, Dr. Christopher Jones, says the decision is meant to empower doctors and patients to decide based on specifics of a case.
I've seen the profound impacts pain can have on someone's life. And I've also seen how that life can be transformed when a patient is able to access safe and effective care. That's why the release of the 2022 guideline is so important. It's intended to help improve communication between clinicians and patients and to support the patient-clinician relationship.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan was shot after a gunman opened fire at a campaign truck he was traveling in during a protest over early voting. A party official confirmed that Khan was wounded in the leg but wasn't seriously hurt in relation to the shooting. A gunman was arrested at the scene. At least 3 people were shot in what Houston police are calling a human smuggling operation. When officers went to investigate, they spotted 2 cars trying to flee the scene. Both vehicles were pulled over and 9 people were detained. Officials stated that they are still working to determine which men were suspects and victims. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Authorities in Eugene, Oregon are urging parents to double-check their children's Halloween candy for razor blades. The police stated that they had received 3 reports of small razor blades hidden inside candy their children brought home. All of the reports were from the same general area. Officials stated that there have been no reports of kids being injured or ingesting the razor blades. There's been a shift toward the Republican way.
A new Wall Street Journal poll found that white suburban women voters have shifted their support to Republicans running for Congress by 15 percentage points. That marks a 27-point move away from Democrats since August. The group of white suburban women comprises 20% of the electorate. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
A woman who worked as a professional massage therapist testified that former film producer Harvey Weinstein cornered her in a bathroom of a Beverly Hills hotel after a massage, pushed her against a wall, and groped her chest as he performed a sex act on himself more than 12 years ago. The 70-year-old is charged with sexual battery by restraint involving that woman. Weinstein was indicted on 11 charges involving 5 women. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, that would be my cue. Back at it here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. There you go. So we start looking forward to the weekend here. Just make it through the day. What's on tap? Get back to the calls here first. At 844-844-3388. 13 and a quarter, I believe it is. What's going on?
Not too much, Steve. Good to talk to you, man. It's been a while since I got a chance. Really excited about talking with you.
Well, it's good to have you with us. It's been a couple months, looks like. Close to it.
Yeah, I was sick, man. I had to be off a little while and get myself all corrected. I hope I got it corrected, and I'm back in the saddle.
There you go. Good deal. So what's going on tonight?
Oh, man. Just out here, about 60 degrees, running on 74, coming into Peoria right now, and it's just beautiful. Just high and dry, man. I was going to talk to you and tell you about that survey that you talked about the truckers there. I had
I think we lost 13 and a quarter. Boom. I don't know if did he drop his phone or what, but he disappeared just like that. Yeah, that was a positive survey, wasn't it? I was kind of surprised by that. All right, let me jump down to Steve this morning. Morning, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, good morning. Happy Friday to you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if he's by Peoria, there's some bad cell service out there. I used to run out there every once in a while. You get in those spots because it's kind of rural, rural Illinois.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I got my flagpole delivered this morning. Got a new flagpole for the for the backyard by the pond. I ended up buying about, 6 or 8 different flags. Veterans, police, different patriotic things. Some pretty cool flags out there, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen this one. You know that one? It's a black and white one. It's got the blue, called a thin blue line.
Yes.
Goes through the middle of the flag. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But they've got another one out, and it's got a blue line, a red line, and a green line. And it's for police, fire, emergency, EMTs, and military, all in one. So I picked that one up. So I'm going to get that installed just in time for Veterans Day. Steve, I heard on the news break that our failed leader, if you want to call him a leader, was out in California campaigning. Did you hear him talk about the homeless problem in Los Angeles and San Diego with all the veterans living on the streets? Did you hear Biden talk about that?
I did not, no.
No, because he didn't.
Because he didn't, okay.
But Steve, you talked about it tonight. That's a great story by for OIDA's doing a really great thing. It's pretty awesome. But yeah, we've got a lot of veterans living on the street, which is just there's no excuse for it, no reason for it at all. And then the other state I heard he went to, Steve, was the border state of New Mexico. Is that what I heard that right?
No, say it again. Who?
The border state, New Mexico.
Right.
I heard he went there, and did you hear him talk about the border at all?
No. Yes, he was out there in Heat Wave's neck of the woods. No, I don't think he mentioned the border. No,
he didn't, Steve. See, and Eagle's right, man, and I was going to bring this up because I was looking at a couple of things earlier. Steve, the main problem with this whole situation is the media, CNN and MSNBC. And the people that are responsible for this are AT&T, who owns CNN, Comcast, who owns MSNBC, and ESPN, who owns ABC. They got that show on there, The View, with those racist bigots. MSNBC's got Joy Reid. CNN's got their whole slew of racist bigots. But here's the thing, Steve. They give these people airtime, these politicians in Washington. For instance, there's been over 13 incidents of violence against conservative candidates during this election cycle. Not only conservative candidates, Steve, but a Supreme Court Justice, Brett Kavanaugh, there was a guy trying to assassinate him. Am I correct about that?
100%.
Did you hear anything except crickets about this? No, you didn't. Complete silence. There was a congressman running for Congress in North Carolina. There was a shot fired at his house where his children were sleeping inside. I haven't heard the media say one thing about that, Steve. Have you heard anything about that story?
I saw it on Newsmax, but no, I can't say otherwise. Yeah, Newsmax.
Yep, not the mainstream media. Lee Zeldin was attacked in New York. The guy running for governor.
Absolutely.
He was physically attacked with a guy with a knife. There's a gentleman, ex-general, retired 3-star general, named Dan Bolduc, running in the state of New Hampshire for the Senate. He was almost assaulted the day before yesterday at a campaign rally, shaking hands with supporters. Some guy tried to punch him in the face. Not one word on mainstream media about that. I could go on and on, Steve, on how much violence these people have promoted from these news organizations like MSNBC, CNN, and all the rest of them. It's just sickening. You got Eric Swalwell on there on MSNBC, that communist, Marxist traitor who slept with a Chinese spy, is on there talking about the Republicans are more interested in political violence than voting. So who's inciting the violence here? It's not us. I talked about this last night. But they let these people get on there, Steve, in front of a camera and spew lies about us and hatred and racism and all kinds of other things and blame Donald Trump. It's just unbelievable. But they are the ones to blame, Steve. These big woke corporations that put up with this, that let these people do this. They're fine with it. So I got rid of AT&T. I got rid of Comcast. I got some local internet company, which is just fine. It's working great. But, yeah. And here's the other thing, Steve. in Northwest Indiana, there's a woman running up there. I think I sent you her name. Her name is Jennifer Ruth Green. She's an ex-military woman, African-American. I heard her on Mark Levin last night, Steve. People in Northwest Indiana, you got to get this woman in there for your District 1. Her name is Jennifer Ruth Green. She's a fantastic candidate. She's got conservative values. She's ex-military. I forget how many years she was in the military. Just a fantastic person. And she's going to get rid of this guy, I hope. Same with your guy up there in Ohio, Steve, that J.D. Vance. And, I really hope people in Ohio are smart enough not to vote for that Tim Ryan, because he's a disaster. And he's going to be a disaster for the great state of Ohio. I just hope that J.D. Vance can get in. But and then the other thing I wanted to touch on real quick, that Washington Examiner article about the DOJ wanting to get a special counsel. Biden administration wants to set up a special counsel if Donald Trump announces that he's running for president. And that's going to be next week, Steve. Right after the midterms, he's going to make an announcement, yay or nay. So that's going to be interesting, because I think that's considered going after your political opponent when you do something like that.
Yeah, the headline from Drudge is, which comes first, the announcement or the indictment?
Yep. But if they appoint a special counsel, Steve, they're already having rehearsals, from what this article says, on trials, and they're bringing in some heavy gun prosecutors to work on this, like a Robert Mueller type investigation. They are so afraid of this man. Because I'll tell you, Steve, if Donald Trump comes out next week and says, I'm not running for president, you know what's going to happen? All of this is going to go away. Everything will go away. The only reason they're doing this, and we know it, is to stop him from running. They are afraid of this man because he's one of the greatest presidents we've ever had. So, anyway, Steve, I wish you a really good weekend, brother. And I'll holler at you next week.
All right, a couple things I'll share with the audience here. First of all, and he is correct about the left ignoring the violence from that side, but just going bat crap crazy of an incident, which there is no relationship between Trump and this Paul Pelosi attacker, the nutcase. I mean, undoubtedly, we've got someone with big-time mental issues. But even Joe Biden, earlier this week, speaking at a rally out there in Arizona, he says, just a few days ago, a little before 2:30 a.m., a man smashed the back windows and broke into the home of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, third highest-ranking official in America. Tried to take Paul hostage. He woke him up, and he wanted to tie him up. Ended up using a hammer to smash Paul's skull. All of this happened after the assault, and it's hard to even say, after the assailant entered the home asking, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" Then he tries to tie this in with Trump. Those were the very same words used by the mob when they stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6. Broke windows, kicked in doors, brutally attacked law enforcement, roamed the corridors hunting for officials. It was an enraged mob whipped up into a frenzy by a president. repeating over and over again the big lie that the election had been stolen. It's a lie that fueled the dangerous rise in political violence and voter intimidation over the past 2 years. That is the quote from Joe Biden earlier this week. He went on to say, American democracy is under attack because the defeated former president refuses to accept the results. He refuses to accept the will of the people. He refuses to accept the fact that he lost. He's abused his power and put the loyalty to himself before loyalty to the Constitution. He's made a big lie an article of faith in the MAGA Republican Party. The minority of that party, he says. Now, as Steve was just alluding to, that was an incident which we know there's no correlation between January 6th and this nut job in California last week. But Joe completely ignores violence that was used by the left to attack Trump and his supporters. I mean, we can run down an incredibly lengthy list. Left-wing activists attacking Trump supporters, leaving rallies. You remember back in 2016 in California, riots in November of 16 in several Democrat-run cities after Trump was announced to be the winner of the election. Riots in Washington, D.C. during the inauguration of Trump in 2017. Violent rhetoric at the Women's March. Threats against Trump supporters throughout the presidency. The shooting and wounding of Republican members of Congress on the baseball field by a crazed left-wing gunman. Of course, the Summer of Love, the BLM riots that was tolerated and actually encouraged by the Democrats, the summer of 2020, because they said they had a valid reason for doing what they were doing. That's what the Democrats said. There is a valid argument for the protests and the violence that were taking place that summer. And it goes on and on. Lee Zeldin, when he was attempted to be stabbed there earlier this year. The murder of a teenager a couple months ago, a man who said he suspected the boy was a Republican. I think he ran down a 16-year-old or something. The vicious beating of a volunteer for Senator Marco Rubio by men who said Republicans aren't allowed in this area. Death threats just last week against gubernatorial nominee State Senator Darren Bailey in the state of Illinois. A physical attack on New Hampshire Republican nominee for Senate Don Bolduc, allegedly by a local libertarian in that case. He did mention the attempted assassination of Brett Kavanaugh. The list goes on and on. Crickets, as he said, crickets on that side. All right, the other story, which comes first? Trump's announcement that he's going to indeed run in 2024, because the speculation is that announcement will come within 1 or 2 weeks of next Tuesday, as soon as the midterms are over. Will that announcement come first, or will an indictment for Trump come first? Now, this was a piece from The Hill, the newspaper there in D.C. She says there's a convergence of forces threatening to crack the Constitution's solid foundation open, which our nation has thrived. Pressure emanating from this powerful convergence could cause tectonic plate shifts, impacting and destabilizing equal justice, the rule of law, and government authority. At risk is our traditionally respected electoral system, along with the peaceful transfer of power that helped make this oldest continuous democracy the envy of the world. Intensifying the pressure is a partisan media in which truth is pliable based on the audience's political leaning. Kind of reflecting our hyper-polarized electorate where facts and alternative facts are equally valid. This is the national backdrop for two earth-shaking decisions expected soon after the midterm elections. In one corner, former President Trump declares his decision to launch a presidential campaign. In the other corner, Attorney General Merrick Garland announces whether the Department of Justice will pursue an indictment of citizen Trump. Which decisive event occurs first could be consequential to advancing a successful message branding narrative while forcing the other into a defensive posture. Either way, you need to brace yourselves for turmoil mirroring pre-Civil War levels of hatred and mayhem with the potential for violence. Yet note that unrelated to this topic, a major survey associated with Yale University found that among American adults, half, 50.1%, agree that in the next few years, they're concerned there will be a civil war in the United States. That begs the question, could a Department of Justice indictment of Trump be such a spark? She goes on and on, kind of breaking it all down. If Trump declares first, what does that mean? If the Department of Justice indicts before he declares, what does that mean? You might want to delve into some of that if you're interested. But yes, interesting times we live in. Tuesday, can't get here quick enough for me. How about you? Our number, 844-844-3388. About news break about a minute away, so I'll tell you what, let's just hit on one of our other turn back the clock headlines. This weekend, of course, the time change going back to standard time. And it sparks the whole debate once again. Should we eliminate the whole daylight savings time thing? Is it beneficial or is it detrimental? Earlier this year, the Senate unanimously voted in favor of the Sunshine Protection Act, which would pretty much make daylight saving time permanent. You don't change the clocks anymore. Marco Rubio introduced the act, saying it would reduce crime and encourage children to play outside, reduce the risk of heart attacks and car accidents, all those sort of things. It goes through all the studies from 2019, 2020, traffic accidents, a risk of increased heart attacks in the weeks after the clocks spring forward. He said, I've always said darkness kills, sunshine saves. And darkness kills more people in the evening than it does in the morning. I think eventually, here in the next year or so, they're probably going to follow through on that and end the whole clock change thing. Let's get a news break on the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Paul Pelosi has been released from the hospital. This comes 6 days after being attacked in his home. The 82-year-old was struck at least twice with a hammer after an intruder broke into the couple's San Francisco home on October 28th. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan was shot after a gunman opened fire at a campaign truck he was traveling in during a protest over early voting. A party official confirmed that Khan was wounded in the leg but wasn't seriously hurt in relation to the shooting. At least 3 people were shot in what Houston police are calling a human smuggling operation. When officers went to investigate, they spotted 2 cars trying to flee the scene. Both vehicles were pulled over and 9 people were detained. Officials stated that they are still working to determine which men were suspects. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, welcome back. Quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, you name it. Anything sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage, as it's known, keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and at the same time combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So as you get set to winterize everything, Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Good morning, Rambler. Happy Friday.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God, and glad to be on the phone with you. This is my first time calling in this week, and give a little plug for Sta-Bil myself. I just put that in my generator. I just put that in my riding lawnmower. Just put that in my tiller also. And keep that gas fresh, because it'll darn sure do it. I've been using Sta-Bil myself for many years. Put my equipment up. But man, I tell you what, God's children, and I apologize for not being on here with you. I've gotten messages. A lot of y'all look forward to me calling, and I really appreciate that. But I tell you what, I had the night from hell.
Halloween, right? Halloween in New Orleans, wasn't it?
Well, sir, I want to tell you, there wasn't no Halloween in New Orleans for me. I got a chance to miss all the ghouls, ghosts, and goblins and Marie Laveau lookalikes, because I got to my distribution center at 10 o'clock Central Standard Time at night. I didn't mash the brakes and leave till 2:30 in the morning. I guess everyone, all these Gen Zers and millennials, you know, come any kind of major holiday, like most evilest holiday you could think of, Halloween, they don't want to show up for work. And we had a couple of folks just walk out and said, you know, I don't want to work today, just left. And at the end result, old brother Rambler here didn't mash them brakes at 2:30 in the morning and had to battle, oh man, Airline Highway, Highway 61, all these chemical plants and oil refineries having to battle that traffic. And it was just a mess to even. And I finally got back on track tonight, you know, and just one big mess. But I've been listening here, hearing you on, and I would like to make a statement, because I've been hearing what GMA Enterprises has been saying about Pappy and myself partaking in the devil's lettuce. Well, you got to understand something. Pappy is 63 years old. He's up there, and I appreciate what he does with law enforcement. But a person that age needs someone to help guide him through New Orleans. Now, he wants to go partake of the devil's lettuce. I try and encourage him not to, but he does it anyways. And I'm trying to encourage him that, you know, there's a lady that calls in this show that's a year older than him. She's always moving. That, you know, is a fit lady and everything like that, that maybe, you know, maybe he should take her out to dinner sometime, you know, Steve. And sounds like something Pappy might ought to do.
Oh, brother Rambler trying to play matchmaker there. Is this desperate and dateless?
What's that, sir? I didn't understand.
They used to have a program in Cincinnati called Desperate and Dateless, a radio show.
Never heard of it, but that sounds like a pretty good show. Oh Lord, sounds like something that the guy that used to do Earl Pitts that used to work
right.
For the 700 WLW would do. Sound like something he would host. But Desperate and Dateless, Lord have mercy. Then you got another show that has they have a program. ParanormalDate.com, and I'm not trying to promote it, but you know, and that's what George Norrie promotes. So yeah, you know, maybe we need to start a dating app on Facebook, Steve, for the overnight night drive fan base. You know, I know we have a lady that I don't know if she mocks me or if she's joking or what. Jay Kearney, she's got a cat as her profile. You know, maybe we can sign her up and everything like that. Sign Always Moving up, sign Pappy up, and Big Moose if he ain't got someone, and you know, others and others. You know, sign them up and just play matchmaker. But I'm glad to be back on track tonight. You know, I've been listening to a lot of the stories, and I tell you what, I ain't buying all this stuff about Paul Pelosi. Not one bit. If I'm not going to get into it, I'm a big fan and listener of the Michael Savage podcast. And Michael Savage is the top. He's the second most listened to podcast. as far as politics and everything goes in the United States, and he had one heck of a good show. He played an audio clip of a police scanner of the 911 call going on the police scanner. All right, and the audio clip was something pertaining to that the man is in the bathroom and he knows the man. The man is a friend, and his name is David. Say what you want to. I think this whole thing is I think it's a bunch of cats in the litter box trying to cover up a big stinking turd, Steve. You want me to just be honest? And I think they're trying to cover up something. And I know what everyone said about the video camera, but that they saw the man busting the glass. But how does glass if you're trying to break into someone's house, how come that glass is on the outside of the window? It just sounds too fishy. And, that place would be secured like Fort Knox. I mean, just a lot of ifs, ands, and buts.
Yep.
But I'm not going to go.
A lot of questions. A lot of people have a lot of questions. Yes, they do.
Yes, and Dan Bonagino brought up a lot of good stuff about that. And, he's former Secret Service and still has friends in the Secret Service that give good details, that he don't reveal their names. But, Steve, I want to just get something off of my chest here. And I just want to thank everyone for giving us a shot at Determined Ministries Church. People like Brian Huber. Thank you, sir. Dale Buckwheat Nolt, who's got to go on a vegan diet because, he just recovered from kidney cancer. He tunes in. Heat Wave. And so many people. I just think I can't thank you enough for giving our church a chance. And, Steve, I can't thank you enough for giving me the opportunity to be able to come on here. And it's not promoting myself, because I'm going to tell you, God's children, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost is my promoter. What I want to promote is the gospel of Jesus Christ, because we got folks dying left and right that don't know the Lord Jesus. They don't. And it's my goal before, the Lord calls me home to try and tell as many people as I can and get that opportunity to accept Christ into your heart. Where I'm going at with this is I had a friend of mine. He just lost his father-in-law. And the man was 88 years old, and it's sad. But the good thing is this man had life insurance and he had a burial policy. So all this family has to do, Steve, is go make sure. I think he already picked out his casket before he got dementia, and just go and just, make sure all the I's and T's are dotted and crossed, Steve, there's nothing more disheartening than sitting with the family, hearing a dying man's or a woman's last words, having their wishes, say, I want this done for my funeral, I want this done, and I want this person to sing this song and everything like that, only for them to pass away and not have no burial policy or no life insurance. And God's children, I've been on here 2 or 3 months ago, and I'll say it now, I'll say it then. The funeral homes, listen, they are a business. They're not there. They're a business to make sure your loved ones either gets cremated or buried. And due to inflation, a standard burial has now went from $12,000 to $16,000 and upward.
Wow.
To bury someone. Yes, that is that standard going price. That's opening, closing of the vaults, opening, closing of the grave. You have to buy a casket from them. It's special. It's everything like that. And I'm not endorsing any kind of. I'm not an insurance salesman. I'm not nothing like that. I'm just a preacher who loves God's children. So that's why I'm telling you, if you have time and you may be short on finances, listen, go to a funeral home. At least go to a funeral home, sit down, talk with the salesman, and get a burial policy, God's children. Because like I said, there's nothing more disheartening than sitting there having a daughter or a wife trying to respect their husband or child's wishes, only to get their heart broke because they ain't got the money. And, you know, you can only raise so much on GoFundMe or Check and Go, whatever. And I've seen people having to have bake sales, having to do everything, Steve, to try and bury their loved ones, only to have, you know, their loved ones cremated because they can't afford this, you know, what they wanted. You know, and it's sad. I mean, it's sad to see someone sit there bust out bawling, boo-hoo, snot coming out their nose crying because everything their loved one asked them to do, they cannot financially do because that person did not have a burial policy or life insurance. And that's why I'm getting on here tonight. And I want to encourage you, God's children, as the pastor of Determined Ministries Church, to when you get home or when you get able to, go get yourself a light. $20,000 would bury you. Go to your local funeral home. Get burial insurance. Don't have your loved one and you make all these wishes and you want all this done for your funeral, but then in the end, none of it can be done because you didn't take care of yourself and you left that burden for your loved ones. And they're sitting there, you know, already beside themselves that you're not here. Now they're trying to respect your wishes and they can't do it because there's no funds available. So yes, God, please do that. And do me one more favor. Come join us at 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time for Determined Ministries Church on Sunday nights. And afterwards, and Steve, I listened to you for about 2 hours Sunday night, Monday morning. There's a show that comes on after hours at the 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time called The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret Formula. And if you want more, Steve, I see you're wearing the Hot Shot Secret shirt tonight. And I'm glad you are. I run it in my Honda. I'm getting pretty good gas mileage with that. I know Philip from Florida, which I sent you a friend request, Philip. Hope you accept it. Runs it in his Honda. I believe Scarecrow runs it in his Honda. I want to encourage you to run it in your Honda and give Steve a chance. Go to his Facebook page. He's got great overnight drive gear. And you can also order that Hot Shot Secret from the Facebook page. And remember, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, well, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And I'll talk to you later. Good night. Goodbye. Love
All
you,
right.
Steve.
And glad you survived your night from you-know-where, the night from hell, Halloween night. I thought it was all about being there in New Orleans. All right, quick time out. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, about 10 before the hour. On a Friday morning, TGIF, good to have you with us. I was looking at, I just talked about, could Trump actually announce a run for the 24 presidential race shortly after the midterms? A prime window to launch the campaign is approaching as his team prepares for the post-midterm announcement. Trump's aides and allies are looking at the 2 weeks after the midterms as the time frame to announce his third campaign for president, according to the Associated Press. People close to Trump are discussing possible venues and dates for the announcement. Trump's team has been scouting out staff in key states, preparing all the paperwork. But AP sources cautioned Trump has not yet made a final decision. Hiring for the campaign has not started, and that post-midterm window could be affected by things like delayed election results or possibly a Georgia runoff election like we saw in 2020. Also, the AP reported that some close to Trump still think his ego could not handle another potential loss. Many of his former aides are expected to avoid the former president this time around, which may leave him wanting for staff. Of course, he's under Justice Department investigation over allegedly classified documents in Florida. You've got the January 6th committee that just served him a subpoena, and then the lawsuit from New York where they're alleging decades of fraud that could bar him from doing business in that state. Nonetheless, Reince Priebus, one of his former chiefs of staff, tells the Associated Press that he is like 95% sure Trump's going to run again. Okay, just the facts. That's what we want, right? Knucklebuster, Friday morning. What's up?
God is great, beer's good, and people are crazy there. We thank Billy Carrington for that line there. Rambler's out of New Orleans, right?
Well, he delivers into New Orleans. He's out of, is it southern Mississippi or Alabama, which is it down there toward the Gulf somewhere, but yeah.
$15,000 for a funeral? Whew. Well, my mama passed away back in August. We buried her for about $8,000. You can buy a casket online and have it shipped to the funeral home overnighted, and they have to use it, so you don't have to pay their prices. That's something most people don't even know there. Should we be calling you President Summers now, since you are the President and Chief Executive Officer of Overnight Drive?
Okay, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, I know it. Well, I read today, Steve, it was 178 people named Irokio. I ain't even going to get into it. They broke the Guinness World Record, Steve. But I found Steve Summers. There's 312 matches in this country alone. All you'd have to do is get them all down there in that hot shot secret bunker in one spot, and you could be in the Guinness Book of World Records.
There's a bunch of us. I know that, yeah.
I know that's right. Well, it's safety, safety, safety. That's the name of the game. See, I asked my boss man the other day, was we're going to have to start buying and wearing bulletproof vests up in these trucks. Somebody down there at our terminal got shot at down there. I don't know what all that was about. Might have been a drug deal gone bad, but anyway, he said it was a distinct possibility there. Our new company policy, since this fuel is $5.47.9 over in West Memphis tonight is brake on, key off, and then you can do your ELD. So, well, let's get on with all this baloney here in the real world. It's not that easy at all. When you break the law, you will get caught, right? Eventually. You may not get caught today, tomorrow, or day after, but you'll eventually get caught. I read where old Slick Willie was putting out that they were taking this Social Security away from us and Medicare and all that. And then I read a news article that Hillary Clinton herself has repeatedly claimed that her 2016 presidential election loss was under, let's see what it being illegitimate, and remarking that it was stolen from her teeth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, that fear mongering is a lame duck. Biden has the power to veto any legislation that if a red wave happens there, and just because a red wave may happen, that doesn't give them the mandate to shove their baloney down our throats either. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I read where Gwen Stephanie, I guess that's what her last name is. She said that God put her and Blake Shelton together. Well, I got news for her. God didn't put them together. If Blake Shelton cheated on Miranda Lambert with Gwen, I can promise Gwen Blake's going to eventually cheat on her. You reckon that's a good possibility?
You never know.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, down south, they call them home wreckers, Steve. So, I don't know. I bet Miranda is still singing that Joanne Royer song, Cheater, Cheater, Cheater there, you know. And I read where King Chucky, our inbred cousin from across the other side of the pond there, Steve, he can't even squeeze his own toothpaste onto his monogrammed toothbrush. Somebody has to lay his pajamas out to him, help him get dressed. And now I know why that they got rid of Princess Di, because she just laughed at him, called him a silly little boy, right?
Probably so. Hey, my clock says I got to get to my news break here. Knucklebuster, good to hear from you, though. Have a good weekend and be safe out there. All right, final hour ahead. As we roll into a Friday, it's 844-844-3388, the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The FBI has announced that it has received credible information on a broad threat to New Jersey synagogues. In a tweet, the FBI urges people to, quote, stay alert and take all security precautions to protect, quote, your community and facility. The nature of the threats was not immediately clear, but law enforcement have confirmed to ABC News it was not a bomb threat. A Department of Homeland Security spokesperson has confirmed that an immigration detainer was placed on David DePappy, the man who is accused of violently assaulting Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. An immigration detainer is usually placed on people who are suspected of being in the country illegally as a means to start deportation proceedings once their criminal case has been adjudicated. Deportation from the United States is a civil procedure. The Veterans Affairs Department announced 3 grants to help veterans who are homeless or at risk of losing their homes. The grants are for the federal budget year that starts October 1st, 2023. The CDC has some new rules.
The CDC has released new guidelines on prescribing opioids, giving doctors more power to treat pain. Acting Director of the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, Dr. Christopher Jones, says the decision is meant to empower doctors and patients to decide based on specifics of a case.
I've seen the profound impacts pain can have on someone's life. And I've also seen how that life can be transformed when a patient is able to access safe and effective care.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable or you simply just don't like how it works, well, right now, during open enrollment is a perfect time to switch to Medi-Share. The typical family saves $500 a month when they join Medi-Share, and what's more, they like it. Medi-Share has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to the industry. That's double. And Medi-Share is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for 30 years. It's shared more than $4 billion in healthcare bills. And here's why now is the perfect time to make the switch. If you join Medi-Share Complete by January 1st, they will waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off your first year. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month for all of next year. But again, it's a limited time offer. So yeah, you're not stuck. You've got a great option. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Amazon is pausing hiring for its corporate workforce, the latest move by the company to cut costs amid worries about the wider economic environment. The company will, quote, continue to monitor what they're seeing in the economy and the business to adjust what, quote, we think makes sense. That is according to the Senior Vice President of People Experience and Technology. This was stated in a memo posted on Amazon's website. The Food and Drug Administration has released a safety bulletin urging parents and caregivers not to use head-shaping pillows intended to change the infant's head shape or symmetry. There have been no proven benefits of using these pillows for any medical purposes, and in fact, using these pillows can create an unsafe sleeping environment for infants and may increase the risk of suffocation and deaths. That is according to the agency. The Brooklyn Nets and All-Star point guard Kyrie Irving have announced that each of them will donate $500,000 to the Anti-Defamation League after Irving tweeted a link to a film that critics say promote anti-Semitic tropes. Irving stated, quote, "I am aware of the negative impact of my post toward the Jewish community, and I take responsibility. I do not believe everything said in the documentary was true or reflects my moral..."
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, good morning to Wheelchair Dave. Checking in as we get our final hour off and rolling here Friday morning. So what do you have to say? Hey, Steve, I was wondering, does the Georgia Peach root for Georgia or Tennessee? You know what? I'm not sure if she's a Georgia fan or maybe even an Alabama fan. See, they're in northwest Georgia. It's really split. I know my wife's sister, Tina. She's all about the Crimson Tide, even though she lives in Georgia. So I'll have to find out. Now, as far as I'm concerned, hell, I don't care. I don't root for... I just like to watch a good game, you know. I don't have, per se, a favorite team. You know, I'm just the kind of guy that likes to pull for the underdog. At least when it comes to, like, college football. You know, I was pretty excited. I think the Bearcats had another good season going. After they lost their first game, and they had won, like, I don't know, was it six in a row? I think they did lose again last weekend. But, yeah, it's sorry to see the Bearcats at 2 losses now so far. Yeah, they had been on a roll. Anyway, he says, go Chase Elliott. Hope he wins this weekend, as it is championship weekend. There you go. Final race of the season coming up here. So, yeah, we're going to determine a NASCAR champion this weekend. We're going to know by the end of the weekend who the World Series champions will be. And, of course, the big game there, Georgia, Tennessee, number 1 versus number 2 in college football. Okay, Wheelchair Dave, good to have you with us. He said, to you and your family, have a safe weekend. Enjoy those Buckeyes and enjoy those Miller Lights. Okay, I'll do my best to take care of that order there, my friend. So what do we have in? Pulled up the college football schedule. Let's see, I guess action gets underway tonight, 10:30 p.m., Oregon State versus Washington. So for those that stay up late on a Friday night, then it all kicks off at high noon Saturday. Ohio State back in action versus Northwestern. Let's see, what do you got? You got Virginia versus UNC at noon Saturday. Texas Tech Number 7 TCU. So where's the big game? There's Tennessee versus Georgia. Georgia number 1, Tennessee number 2. 3:30. There's Saturday afternoon. That's got to be highlighted as the game of the week, right? That's going to shake things up in the top of the standings, as they kind of head toward the home stretch of the regular season there. So there you enjoy your college football weekend, fans. Right Wingnut. Morning, Right Wingnut. Who you pulling for this weekend?
Yellow Freak. Yeah.
Guilford?
Oh, college football-wise. Hell, it don't matter. All the teams I like suck anyway, so what the hell?
You're a big Texas A&M fan, aren't you?
Who?
Texas A&M, you know who.
Well, I have to admit, I like the maroon and white, but they just ain't living up to par.
I hear you. Yeah.
I think that coach has got them kids so convinced that they're unbeatable that they actually beat themselves. So, anyways, I tell you what. Where's old Chris this morning? He AWOL. What's going on there?
First Friday in the month of November. I forgot about that. Yeah, technically, the SEMA show is going on right now. They're in Las Vegas, the big show.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Everybody's out in Las Vegas, and since you mentioned that, Kyle's actually slated to join me next Friday morning. So that'll be the 11th, I guess that would be. Kyle Fisher joins us.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was talking to Heatwave. He said he got them window stickers, bumper stickers that say "Jack Say Much." Yeah, apparently he went ahead and sent them off the other day, so they ought to be getting up there to Mount Gilead.
Mount Gilead.
Here in another couple of days. Who?
Mount Gilead. Gilead.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was good hearing from one of the two Bong brothers. Yeah, I imagine his hell on earth was up in smoke. Anyway, yeah, you're talking about all the political violence that's going on against these political people, and tell you what, the only thing I can remember is Biden saying he wanted to take Trump around the back of the barn and beat him up. All I remember is Pelosi saying she wished she could go ahead and punch Trump in the face. And that other one that could stop bird crap midair, I can't think of her name. She's out there from California as part of the finance committee, Barbara something or another. I mean, she got that ugly face, saying get up in these other people's faces and tell them they ain't welcome here. Yeah, I don't remember hearing an independent or a Republican saying that, but I guarantee you that if they did, they would be right up there getting crucified by every public official out there. Oh, I could go for a good cigar and an adult beverage. Right.
Yeah. When somebody, we need to get old Scarecrow to send you some of them Milwaukee's best holy water, some splats.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Who's that one woman reporter on USA News, Ellie McPherson or Andrews? Yeah, that's who that is. Oh, I tell you what, every time she gets on there and she starts reporting the news, it's almost like she's talking down to the American public, like she's reading a storybook, kind of like on 3 Men and a Baby when Magnum's reading a boxing article to that little baby when he's sitting in that chair, and he says, it doesn't matter what you read as long as you give it the delivery to where they can understand it and don't feel threatened. I swear, I don't appreciate that at all. I mean, if I want to hear the news, just tell it to me as it is. Don't try to preach to me and teach me like a kindergartner or a baby. Just say it. Don't play it. So, anyways, well, what else has been going on? Well, I guess North Korea is shooting off missiles flying over to South Korea. Is that what I heard earlier?
One of them.
Got the airplanes.
Yeah, they got the planes flying. They got the missiles dropping. One of them dropped, less than 40 miles from the coast in South Korea. That's pretty close.
Good night. And China's kind of keeping quiet. Russia thinks they're the injured party in their war against the Ukrainians. I don't know. The world's going to hell in a handbasket underneath this jackass's control up there in the White House. And you didn't see that under Trump. Trump had everyone so damn scared that they were afraid to fart, thinking Trump was going to start sending them damn rockets over there like he did in Syria when he had that Chinese president eating dessert there at Mar-a-Lago that one night. I thought that was pretty funny. But anyways, so they're rationing diesel in Illinois, and Missouri, and Iowa. Good night. I mean, what else is going to be next? They're going to start rationing the water as well. I understand that commodity's going down the drain.
Down the drain.
So, other than that, I don't know what I'm going to be doing this weekend. Probably getting back to the house and kicking my feet up and passing out. Yeah, you know what the problem is about the mornings after a good night's sleep?
What is it?
You got to wake up. Oh, I love a good night's sleep. Oh, I'll tell you what, if I could sleep 24 hours a day, I would, Just get up, use the bathroom, turn around, go right back to sleep.
Boy, that sounds like one.
Sometimes I think the dreams are a lot better than watching TV, I don't want to have to go here.
Gotta go get you a stogie, yeah. Hey, have a good weekend, right-wing nut. All right, 16 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Over on the discussion board there, YouTube, Facebook, earlier, I think it was Lori Glory said something along the lines that, what was it, an absentee ballot and a mail-in ballot, two different things, to which Jeff said, okay, how is that, Lori? All right, they are two different things. Absentee ballot, all right, start with some basics. Normally, most voters cast their ballots in person in a polling booth or at a polling place, station, whatever you want to call it, where you're registered to vote. A ballot is the physical form that the voter fills out. It lists the candidates, the issues, and so on. An absentee ballot is a ballot used to cast an absentee vote, which is submitted usually by mail by a voter known as an absentee, referring to a person who cannot physically be present at a voting center on Election Day. Absentee voting in the U.S. goes all the way back to the Civil War era. Every state allows this kind of voting in some form. In fact, federal law requires ballots to be sent to military and overseas voters for federal elections. To get an absentee ballot, a registered voter must request one through their state government, which either accepts or rejects the application. When someone is approved to vote absentee, they mail the voter an absentee ballot, which they complete and sign, return by mail, or under certain circumstances, fax, they say. Officials can reject absentee ballots if they're not properly filled out, and voters face steep penalties if they falsify any information. Now, all states, again, send absentee ballots to military and overseas voters who request them. In many states, an absentee ballot is the only form of voting through mail that's allowed by law, and the voter is required to give a reason why they cannot go to a voting location on Election Day. Now, the rules may vary by state. Qualifying reasons may be out of the county where you're registered to vote, being a student living outside the county or outside the state, having an illness or disability, serving as an election worker or a poll watcher, having religious beliefs or practices preventing them from going to a voting center, being in prison, but still legally able to vote. There are some states that offer the no excuse absentee ballot. Then you've got your mail-in ballot. There's a handful of states that do conduct their elections through a mail-in process, which is referred to as all-mail voting. Registered voters in these states automatically receive the mail ballot, which is sent to their address before Election Day, mailed back by the voter, or deposited at a voting location or secure drop box by a certain time on Election Day. In these states, the term absentee ballot can specifically refer to a ballot that's requested by a voter who will be out of the state for, say, college or traveling at the time of the election, so cannot receive their ballot at their registered address. What general mail-in ballots are called kind of varies by state, but as you can tell, in the all-mail voting states, they use the names advance ballot or ballot by mail, mail-in ballot, mailed ballots. So all absentee ballots are sent through the mail, but not all ballots sent through the mail are absentee ballots. What's the takeaway? The term absentee ballot is generally used in every state to refer to a ballot filled out by a voter who cannot, for various reasons, physically make it to a voting location on Election Day. The term mail-in ballot is used more broadly to refer to ballots sent through the mail, including in all mail voting states and some forms of absentee voting. So people kind of intermix the terms. Some people will use the term absentee ballot or mail-in ballot to mean the same thing. Voting by mail, regardless of why. But yeah, many people will use absentee ballot specifically to refer to a ballot that is mailed when a person cannot vote in person, and use the term mail-in ballot in the context of voting policies that enable all people to vote by mail. All right, 22 past the hour. We'll return into this Friday morning Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Here, let me lay this one on you. Whatever you want to call him, the chief puppet in charge, the chief dumbass in charge, or the president of the United States. However much respect you want to throw that direction, right? I've heard him called a lot of different things. Yeah, but I think we've all come to the realization he doesn't have a clue what's going on. So he's out there on trying to help campaign for Democrat candidates. He's out in New Mexico yesterday. And Joe Biden's actually bitching about the oil companies not drilling enough oil. Yeah, despite his history of blocking oil and gas production since he's taken office. You know, Joe, you can't have it both ways. You can't actually, on the campaign trail, which he did leading up to the presidential election, say it ends. No more drilling. No more subsidies. No more ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period. That's a quote from Joe. He gets elected president. We're seeing the pain, the prices at the pump, the shortages. And now he's trying to say, it's these big oil companies. They're screwing the American people. Yesterday, Joe said, quote, we haven't slowed them down at all. They should be drilling more than they're doing now. If they were drilling more, we'd have more relief at the pump. He's blaming the oil companies. Talking about high gas prices on his trip to New Mexico. Now, let me refresh your memory. Joe Biden has acted several times in this first 2 years in office to reduce the production of oil and gas in the United States. I think most of my audience knows this, but again, let me refresh your memory. He has leased fewer acres for oil and gas in his first 2 years than any other administration at the same point in time since the end of World War II. Fact, Wall Street Journal. Biden administration has leased fewer acres than any since World War II, any administration. January of 21, first day in office. Remember? The executive order freezing oil and gas leases. That's tangled up in the courts to this day. Joe Biden suspended oil production leases in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge after former President Donald Trump opened those vast oil reserves for production. Joe, of course, ordered the halt of the Keystone Pipeline, which would have moved 830,000 barrels of crude from Canada to the United States. Obviously, the oil companies are less motivated to invest in long-term oil production. Joe Biden campaigned on the idea of ending fossil fuel. Again, quote, no more subsidies for the fossil fuel industry. No more drilling, including offshore. No ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period. Joe Biden, March of 2020. It ends, he said. Now, of course, he complained during his campaign speech in New Mexico that the oil industry's not meeting their commitment to the American people. And they're charging too much for gas, and they're making billions of dollars in profits. Joe, you did it. You and you alone. You did it. I hope people remember that on Election Day, right? Hello to Steve checking in. Morning. It's finally Friday. Looking forward to a nice restful weekend here. Hot cup of coffee in hand. Time to head into town, warm up that trash truck. Hopefully this Friday goes smoothly and quickly and everybody enjoy their weekend. You do that, Steve, and good to have you on board here. It's a Friday morning. Get back to the calls momentarily. News break first. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Paul Pelosi has been released from the hospital. This comes 6 days after being attacked in his home. The 82-year-old was struck at least twice with a hammer after an intruder broke into the couple's San Francisco home on October 28th. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan was shot after a gunman opened fire at a campaign truck he was traveling in during a protest over early voting. A party official confirmed that Khan was wounded in the leg but wasn't seriously hurt in relation to the shooting. At least 3 people were shot in what Houston police are calling a human smuggling operation. When officers went to investigate, they spotted 2 cars trying to flee the scene. Both vehicles were pulled over and 9 people were detained. Officials stated that they are still working to determine which men were suspects. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, by the way, did I mention the layoffs? The layoffs have begun. Big time house cleaning, I guess you'd call it. Elon Musk. Twitter. How strong will the workforce be when it's all said and done? That's 7,500 workers. Is it going to be 25%? Is it going to be 50%? The plans have been unveiled in a recent email to company workers, kind of overviewing how they can check the status of their employment. According to the Washington Post yesterday, the memo reads, "Team, in an effort to place Twitter on a healthy path, we will go through the difficult process of reducing our global workforce on Friday, today. We recognize this will impact a number of individuals who've made valuable contributions to Twitter, but this is unfortunately necessary to ensure the company's success moving forward. We acknowledge this is an incredibly challenging experience to go through, whether or not you're impacted. We're grateful for your contributions to Twitter and for your patience as we move through this process." Those familiar with the matter tell the Washington Post he's planning to slash about half of that total workforce, mainly in the sales, trust and safety, marketing, engineering, and legal teams. Okay, let's go. I guess it all gets underway today. Memos going out. A lot of nervous people going to be heading into the office this morning. And am I on the list kind of thing, right? All right, it's 844-3388. 5-7, back on a Friday. Yes, sir?
You got to wonder how many of them people were snickering the fact that Elon Musk was forced to buy this, this dead horse of a company. And now they're going, and this is the sad part. Now they're going to have to figure out how to buy their kids Christmas presents. Hey, you want to roll in the mud, you're going to get dirty. And also, radio is a theater of the mind. You're going down the list and what Joe Biden was saying. They're not pumping enough oil and all that. I could just see a whole room of liberal. They come right out of college. They're fact checkers. They're right in there and they're on the computers and they're all looking at each other, going, "Boy, how are we going to spin this one?" It's just rich. Get him up there. Do you believe this stuff that he was saying was actually on the monitor? Or do you feel like he was freewheeling this one? Steve?
I don't know that he can't do much of anything if it ain't on the teleprompter. Well,
there you go. I'm sort of so somebody's typed this stuff in.
Yeah.
And then you got Obama jumping in there, trying to wash his hands and look clean. But sorry, Mr. Obama, I do remember you saying if you go to a knife fight, bring a gun. This violence in politics has absolutely, been wrote in on his administration. So sorry, it is a mess, and you got to wonder, hey, Democrats. Enough. I mean, after a while, you beat up and you commit crimes on Republicans, and you don't expect that something like down the road it might turn into something. So, like I was saying earlier this morning, I'm sorry I was in the swamp. Got to get out there. In Arizona, the judge just said yes, they can sit out there and watch the boxes, make sure everything's up and up. I don't really care for the configuration they're in,
It's intimidating, but they can be there. The judge said you can't tell them to go away. They can be. Matter of fact, there should be a law enforcement officer at these boxes, stationed at these boxes, because it's that valuable. Our votes are that valuable. They spent more this. The news said they spent more this year on a mid-election vote. What, $1 billion on this for our votes? Our votes are very valuable. And then up in Pennsylvania, I see back on the last election, it was in the dark, and people didn't expect this. But in Pennsylvania now, they got to be signed and have to have an address. And the court said, yeah, they have to be signed and an address. I believe you asked somebody from Pennsylvania if that was going to be current in this, upcoming election. So, a man said, it's not who votes, but who counts the votes. And I agree with him there. And DeSantis in Florida he's got a police force that is looking for voter violation and irregularities. And there's already throughout the country there's key, but nobody uses it. And most police officers and departments don't even know how to begin. But DeSantis has put them out there, and they've got the teeth, they've got the education to enforce. So hopefully this will start going out throughout the land. I'm willing to lose an election to an honest election and live under whatever my fellow Americans say. But I'm not very upset. I'm very upset if I can't trust the vote, and that's where we're at. Other than that, Steve, you take some time off of politics. You sit back with that beautiful family of yours. Enjoy the weekend, and tell you what, I'm going to be waiting for the notification come Monday morning on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on my Facebook page.
If all goes according to plan, we'll be here at the midnight hour there, Sunday night, Monday morning. Yeah, speaking of the family, the kids, I get an update. I did. I mentioned that the grandkids. Yeah, Rowan had been sick most of the week, and I got the privilege of taking him to the doctor this past morning. And as Papa suspected, it was strep throat. Bingo. And I also mentioned last night that little Avery had come over there on Halloween, back on Monday, and I said he put Rowan's mask on briefly, and then he started feeling ill on Wednesday. I said, whatever Rowan's got, Avery's probably got it. Well, that was not the case. So Rowan's got the strep throat. Avery actually has the influenza A. He tested positive for the actual old-fashioned flu, influenza A. And they were battling high fever yesterday. He got up to like 104. They could not get the fever down. Putting him in the bathtub, trying to cool him off, and finally, I guess, little acetaminophen and ibuprofen together. Finally, fever started coming down. So hopefully he starts. I know. So Rowan's on the antibiotic for the strep throat. And believe it or not, they actually said since he had been sick for several days already, didn't have a fever, once he's had 3 doses of antibiotic, he can actually go back to school. So supposedly he's able to go back to school today. I don't know how much the school would like us because he's coughing like a dog and everything still, but we'll see. But poor Avery, I guess for the old traditional influenza, what do they have? The Tamiflu maybe? I'm guessing maybe they might have prescribed that, but otherwise it's just like, a lot of popsicles, drink plenty of water, clear liquids, and there you go. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully he starts feeling better soon, though. Hey, Rambler, what'd you forget?
Oh, not much, Steve. And I hope them young'uns of yours gets to feeling better. I know little Rambler got sick. He had the flu, and the son, Star Wars Dane, he got it too. So, but real fast, I heard Knucklebuster's call, and just to let folks know that I live and reside in the great city, the port city of Mobile, Alabama, home of William Moody, home of Percy Pringle, and home of Paul Bearer. Oh, yes. And Who is that relative of yours? That's the diehard Alabama fan, the female.
It'd be my sister and my wife, Tina, my wife's sister.
Oh, my kind of gal. My kind of gal. I know. Well, and we got a tough task. Ever since Tennessee walked in there and kicked LSU around their own field, that's been a different football team. I really believe that LSU has bought into Brian Kelly's program, and it ain't going to be easy for us just to walk in there and just beat LSU. And that game kicks off at 2:30, and I will be shouting "Roll Tide, roll!" and because we are the greatest college football team that's ever stepped on the gridiron, better than Ohio State.
Oh,
Sorry,
boy.
Rick Friend.
Oh, boy.
Greater than Notre Dame. We won more national championships than any other college football program walking this earth today. We won more bowl games than any other college football program, and we've been to more bowl games. So that makes us the greatest.
Anyways, I
love you, Steve.
Bye
now.
Brag. Get out of here. Have a good week. Lone Ranger, hey, good morning. What's up?
Good morning, Steve. On the topic of the oil shortage, they had a short segment last night. The Northeast gets most of their oil from New Jersey. There's refineries in New Jersey all over the place, but one of them was shut down, and because of this proposed shortage, whether or not it's planned, I don't know, just to bring the price up. I don't know the answer to that, but there's a refinery in Paulsboro, New Jersey that was shut down, and they're going to restart it to try to make up the difference. So supposedly it's going to be helpful, but we'll see where it goes. But it's this heating oil thing is a big deal. $6 a gallon is just not sustainable for most people. It's just too much, way too much. There was a thing, remember that Eric Swalwell? He's a California representative. Somehow he thinks now that he's a ladies' man and all the girls love him. He's the guy that was sleeping with the Chinese spy, Fang called her.
Mm-hmm.
And no investigation ever came out of it. Why, I don't know. Just like that old battle axe out in California who had a Chinese spy working for her as a driver. I forget her name now, but she's about 90-some years old or something, but I can't remember her name. Was it Barbara Boxer? Is that her name?
No, it wasn't Boxer. What's the other one? Feinstein, wasn't it? Diane Feinstein?
Yeah, Diane Feinstein. That's it. No investigation there whatsoever. But anyway, this Swalwell, if any of your listeners are considering dating him, don't forget that he made history by being the first person to ever fart during an interview on national TV. And I was watching it. I never forget that. I'm sitting here in a recliner and he's answering a question. All of a sudden he hesitates for a split second. And I sat up in the recliner. I said, did he just fart on national TV? I thought it was a joke or something. It was real, though. So if any of your female listeners in your audience of millions are thinking about dating him, just go on YouTube and you'll see it. If you don't believe me, you'll see it. It's on YouTube. I absolutely love this Carrie Lake. Absolutely love her. She is, in my opinion, probably presidential material. She fires back at the lefties in the meet. Oh, by the way, before I forget, Joe Biden, I got my answer on my question. Joe Biden said threat to democracy 38 times in that speech.
Wow.
Somebody somewhere counted it. It was they came out with the number 38 times. That is the new narrative because the abortion and the climate change narrative didn't work. Because when you're worried about feeding your kids and heating your home, the last thing on your mind is abortion and climate change, especially since the Earth's temperature went up 1 degree in 100 years. So now that's the new narrative. Now they're saying that if you don't vote for Democrats, you're a threat to democracy. We talked about that a little bit last night. You'd have to, democracy is a government of, by, and for the people. Everybody in the country would have to die for us to lose our democracy. So that's the new. But what's cracking me up? Biden is so pathetic that none of the candidates want him around. So they drag Obama, Slick Willie, and now, believe it or not, Oprah. They dragged them out of the mothballs, and they got them out there running around. And then crooked Hillary, she's out running around. So now let's look at who they have pinch hitting for Joe Biden, because he can't put two sentences together. Obama, at the end of his term, when the midterms came after that, he set a new record for the amount of seats lost. When a president doesn't do a good job, they usually lose seats in the midterms. It was like 900. He set a new record. So that they got him pinch hitting. And he's not the smooth talker he used to be. Then they have another loser, two-time loser Hillary's out there. Nobody cares what she has to say. Oprah Winfrey, I remember when they were going to have the Olympics, and she was out there pinch hitting and trying to get the Olympics in the United States. They wound up in China. So she's not effective. She used to be a big deal. Nobody cares about her anymore. So they got a bunch of losers out there pinch hitting for a loser. And it's not going anywhere. We lost the Inflation Relief Act, did nothing. The Infrastructure Act was full of green spending. All of their pet projects were in that, so we haven't seen any change in the infrastructure. Nothing's getting done there. So we got this whole group of losers going against these hard hitters on the right that are doing pretty good. But there's money coming in. All the close elections, they have millions coming in from all over the country. So I give Democrats credit for one thing. They know how to throw money at a subject. And the Democrat candidates in these close races are outspending the Republican candidates 5-1. But it's still close. But don't get comfortable, because we don't know what can happen at the last minute. So anyway, what the heck? I forget. Oh, nobody still is talking about the 300 people per day that die from fentanyl. The number one killer right now of 18 to 45-year-olds is fentanyl. Nobody, it's not even on the news. Nobody talking about it. And I heard a representative make a comment that sat me up in the chair. He said, 300 people dying per day from fentanyl coming across Joe's open border is the equivalent of having a plane crash every day. When there's a plane crash, usually about 300 people die, and it's in the news for a long time. Right now, 300 people are dying every single day, and it's not in the news. And I know you're short on time, so I'm going to go back to bed. I'll see you later.
All right. It was 107,000 plus overdose deaths last year. And I hadn't seen the recent numbers, but I think they're on pace to be right on that track here in 2022. All right, who we got here? Time for a couple more calls here. We got Gilligan, I believe it is. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, listeners. This is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. As many of your listeners know, Monday was Halloween. Well, as in most parts of the country, Cornfield County had their annual Halloween party at Cogswell Corners. Well, these festivities started off with a trunk and treat for the kids. But about 9 o'clock, all of the kids cleared out, and unfortunately, someone had been over to Cogswell Corners General Store, Distillery, and Hat Shop, and spiked the punch. Well, unfortunately, some people got to stumbling around, and old Sam Stevenson got to tripping around and running into none other than Wendy McGee. Well, Wendy was dressed as Dolly Parton, and her top flew open, and there was a big ruckus. They tried to got the boys arrested because the husband of Wendy McGee started to fight with him, arrest Wendy for indecent exposure, but then the sheriff realized that just like Dolly Parton, her breasts were fake, only they were filled with air. And now the word from our sponsor. As you well know, that our sponsor, GMA and B Enterprises, has got a vast line of the products for your pets. And this winter, you must worry about your fishies out there with a pond umbrella. You know that you don't want them to get hit with sleet, freezing rain, and snow.
A pond umbrella.
They might get their fins froze off, you know. Yeah, for the incredible low price of $19.95, you can order one pond umbrella. But wait, there's more. For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can order two pond umbrellas. Just remember, all of GMA.
At GMA and B Enterprises will cheat you. Right. Have a good weekend. I thought it said Gilligan, not Charlie Farquharson. It's... All right, final note. Today, you've got to get active. And I was checking over on the radar scene there. And yeah, indeed, we are seeing some thunderstorms coming together bright and early this Friday morning. Yeah, they're kind of highlighting this afternoon. There's a zone, the threat level is high. From Austin, Texas to Dallas, Texas, on up into the southeastern reaches of Oklahoma. A moderate threat in the zone from Little Rock to Shreveport, all the way down to San Antonio over toward Abilene for possibly tornadic activity, hail, damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour, flooding rains. Things going to get fairly active later in the day here on Friday. So, yeah, according to AccuWeather, the population in the risk area, over 37 million people, some of the big cities in Texas there. Damaging winds, the main threat, although a few tornadoes may be popping up this afternoon. Some of this is going to be right during your afternoon and evening rush hours. A lot of people be out on the roads. Pay attention to the weather alerts. Have your weather alerts activated on your smartphone and things of that nature. All right, Friday afternoon and evening. Then as we head on into the overnight hours evening, I won't be here at the midnight hour tonight to give you updates, but even through the overnight hours, the threat continues as we progress into Saturday. Storms could be reaching into from the Mississippi River Valley, eastern Texas, Louisiana, portions of Missouri and Arkansas, kind of kicking off what's going to be a fairly active weather weekend. Meanwhile, for our friends out west, our next storm system coming ashore as I kind of refresh on the radar here, Pacific Northwest. The rains and mountain snows, another big snowmaker for the higher elevations. Snow at this hour, eastern Washington on over into northern portions of Idaho. A lot of rain from Seattle down almost into the Salem, Oregon region. That's the system over the weekend that's going to continue to drop further and further south and maybe even bring the threat for some heavy rains as far south as Los Angeles, San Diego region, and maybe even a little bit of snow for the higher elevations there. All right, so with that, we'll close it out another week. Thank you so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend. Of course, we'll be back at the midnight hour, Sunday night into Monday morning. Kick off a brand new week as we roll into election week next Tuesday. We'll see you then.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I dreams, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.